Hi everyone, welcome back to the Caistrology channel, and if you're new here, welcome. My name is Kaylin, like Caitlin, but without the T, and today we're going to be going through our March 2026 forecast. So I'll be doing horoscopes and predictions for all 12 zodiac signs, and I'll be providing timestamps in the description box below after this live stream airs. So in terms of what's happening astrologically speaking in March, a very brief overview is that as we enter into the month, Mercury will already be retrograde in the sign of Pisces. So we'll have to contend with that for most of the month, so basically the first 3 weeks of March. In addition, right at the beginning of the month, we've got our total lunar eclipse occurring in the sign of Virgo. Furthermore, we are going to see the beginning of our new astrological year once Aries season begins, and that will be on the 20th or the 21st of March. If you're in Australia, it's the 21st. I think everyone else will be the 20th. So before we get into the sign of Aries, just a little bit of housekeeping. You can watch your horoscope for your ascendant, sun, or moon sign. If you've got time to watch all three, then I would go ahead and do so. If you've only got time to watch one horoscope today, then I would be starting off with your ascendant, also known as your rising sign horoscope. This is a tropical Western astrological reading. And lastly, I am on Instagram and Facebook, and I post very regular updates. So feel free to follow me there. It's the same handle, which is just Caistrology. And if you're wanting a private one-on-one reading, then you can book using the link in the description box below, which is simply caistrology.com. Okay, so without further ado, let's begin with our Aries horoscope. Hi Aries Sun, Moon and Risings, welcome to your March 2026 horoscope. This month you're really going to be coming alive as we're going to see more and more planets entering Aries, which of course means that they will be transiting your first house. But at the very beginning of the month, your chart ruler will be entering the sign of Pisces. Okay, so you're going to feel as though you're working really hard on projects behind the scenes, trying to overcome potentially self-sabotaging behaviors, and it can be a really productive time for you, but you may just feel like there are certain things that are not ready for you to give birth to just yet. So Mars will enter Pisces on the 2nd of March, or if you're in Australia, that would be on the 3rd of March, and Mars will be in Pisces until the 9th of April. Okay, so the 12th house where Mars is transiting is all about creativity, our intuition. It rules over our subconscious. So this is where we get the energy of, let's say, battling our demons, if you want to call it that, or just simply overcoming these self-sabotaging tendencies. Maybe you're working hard to overcome certain addictions. And on a different note, this can be a time where you feel extremely divinely inspired. I know it's not your average hobby for Aries people for me to suggest meditation and yoga, but these things will be very, 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 very beneficial for you, and you may find yourself just being naturally drawn to that. All right, so on the 3rd of March, we are going to have our total lunar eclipse in Virgo occurring. So I'm going to put that up on the screen for you. So this will be occurring at 12 degrees, and it will be in your 6th house. So full moon eclipses, lunar eclipses are basically like supercharged full moons. Okay, so it can be a time for powerful release as well as intuitive downloads. Okay, so this isn't just any lunar eclipse, it's a total lunar eclipse, which means that basically this eclipse couldn't be more potent, it couldn't be more powerful. So with it occurring in your 6th house, this could be a sign that some of you are going to overcome some kind of health crisis, or perhaps you will be receiving some results on tests that you had pertaining to your health. On a different note, the 6th house also rules over our daily work life as well as employees. So you may, if you have employees, have to let go of an employee, or you may actually find that one or multiple employees are just handing in their resignation for one reason or another. And of course, not everyone who's an Aries has employees. So other ways that this could play out is that you may be wrapping up a job that you've been doing, some kind of admin task that you've been working on. I think I mentioned it already, but if I didn't, you could be paying off a loan or a significant debt. Maybe it's actually being waived, or someone is paying it off for you potentially. And for others of you, you could be experiencing some sort of significant event with a pet. Okay, so there could be some of you who are adopting, fostering, welcoming a pet into the home. I will just say for those of you who do already have pets that you may want to do a routine checkup at the vet just to see if everything is in order and catch anything early if there is something there. I know it's not something that people like to hear, but to be forewarned is to be forearmed. So with eclipses in the 6th house, we can actually overcome bad habits. So if there's like a vice that you're wanting to overcome, or even just things like procrastination and whatnot, you may actually find that you're unlocking certain things that are going to make you more productive in the workplace or in the work that you're doing, let's say. Okay, so moving along, Aries. On the 6th of March, Venus is going to enter Aries. So this is great for those of you who are Aries, Sun, Moon, and Risings, because this can see you basically feeling more creative, more charming, more magnetic. It's positive for love and romance, whether this is with your existing partner or with someone new. So there could be flirtations that are occurring for you. And this is pretty much for the whole month of March, right? So Venus will be in your 1st house till right at the end of the month. Okay, so this can see you potentially wanting to enhance your appearance in some way, because Venus is the planet of beauty. And so it rules over things like hair, skincare, how we dress, and so on and so forth, and ultimately how we nourish ourselves. So having Venus in your 1st house could see you wanting to maybe indulge a bit more. So whether that is with eating out or what you're buying in a material sense for like the little luxuries in life, or maybe they're big luxuries. Maybe you're treating yourself to things like a spa day, a hair treatment, facial, whatever. Okay, this isn't going to apply for everyone. For others of you, could see you just feeling like you're super creative. You want to dance, you want to draw, you want to sing, you want to create things, curate things, develop things, and really you can have like an eye for design. Okay, so just keep an eye out for what's happening in terms of relationships. And I say that because Venus rules over your 7th house. So you've got the ruler of the 7th in the 1st, which could indicate that there's some sort of movement as it comes to your one-to-one personal relationships. So I'm not going to go into enormous amounts of detail, but basically between the 7th and about the 8th, the 9th, we've got a few conjunctions happening. We've got Sun conjunct Mercury retrograde in your 12th house, trining Jupiter. Then we've got, shortly after that, Venus conjunct Neptune in your 1st house, and Venus conjunct Saturn as well. So this indicates that, once again, it is a highly creative time for you, but it can also be a time where you are experiencing deep healing, or perhaps you are experiencing a breakthrough in terms of meditation practice, yoga practice, journaling. Maybe there's the opportunity for you to attend a retreat or host a retreat. Maybe it's spiritual, maybe it's yoga, maybe it's just in a far and far away place. And I say that because we've got the involvement of Jupiter and then your 12th house, which represents far and far away places. So the conjunction between Venus and Neptune in your first house and Venus and Saturn in your first house shortly after this transit kicks off could indicate that you are wanting to commit to something, wanting to commit in the way of your relationships, collaborations, contracts, agreements, something to do with the status of a relationship. So that can be like a business partnership or a romantic relationship. And for others of you, it could be that there's some really big financial expenses that are taking place. Okay, and it would be remiss of me not to mention that Venus conjunct Neptune is a sign or is an astrological configuration that can represent unconditional love and support. Of course, Saturn is here in the mix, right? So that adds something more concrete to what is coming through. Long story short, Aries, you may find yourself between about the 6th till the 9th of March committing to something that's like a responsibility, a relationship, or another person. All right, so then we've got we've got a few things going on, don't we? We've got Jupiter directing Cancer at 15 degrees in your 4th house. That is on the 11th of March. So not spending too much time here, but this represents that plans for your family, home life, property ownership, like living circumstances, even family dynamics, if there's been issues here or hold-ups or setbacks, now things can start to move or run more smoothly for the rest of Jupiter's transit through your 4th house, which will be until the end of June this year. On the 13th, Mars, which is your chart ruler, is going to conjunct the North Node in Pisces at 8 degrees in your 12th house. So this can see you having like a really profound spiritual experience potentially, or maybe you feel suddenly very inspired to pursue something new in the way of creativity. Just a little note here that it would be inadvisable to, I guess, overindulge when it comes to substances on that day of all days. So once again, that is on the 13th of March. All right, so moving along, we've got our new moon in Pisces, and I'll put that up on the screen for you. So this will be occurring on the 19th of March in your 12th house. So it's not an eclipse. This is just a regular old new moon, and it's occurring at 28 degrees. As you can see there, it's making a perfect sextile to Uranus in Taurus at 28 degrees, which I didn't notice until I was getting this screenshot ready. So to me, this represents that there can be a breakthrough in terms of resources, finances, someone offering you the support that you need. Maybe that's emotionally, maybe that's materially. Okay, and I say this because the 2nd house, where we've got Uranus, rules over our personal resources, values, possessions, valuables, income, etc. And then the 12th house is charity, it's donations, and so on and so forth. So the new moon in the 12th house could indicate that there's something new coming online for you as it relates to intuition, as it relates to therapy, psychology, going deeper into understanding your subconscious self. Perhaps this is related to investing in property in a foreign, faraway place, because the 12th house has those connotations. And also, this could indicate that there's a new dream that's coming through for a creative project, for what you want to build, what you want to create, but it's something that you may have to work on behind the scenes. 28 degrees rules over, it is the Cancer degree, and it rules over property and land. So that's why I mentioned that before. Maybe this is looking at setting up a retreat or purchasing a holiday home, or setting up an Airbnb. Obviously, not everyone's going to be in the financial position to do such a thing, but the shoe could be on the other foot, where there's an opportunity potentially for you to stay in someone's property, for you to move in with them, for you to maybe use someone's resources to host some kind of creative event, potentially. Okay, so lastly, the 12th house does relate to spirituality as well as religion. So perhaps there's something that is coming up for you in this way that you're wanting to explore, or explore in a new way, again, because it is a new moon, right? So moving along, Aries, on the 20th of March, or the 21st if you live in Australia like me, we're going to see the astrological new year begin, which means that it's Aries season. So once the sun moves into Aries, which incidentally is its sign of exaltation, you are just going to be feeling so much better. You'll have higher energy levels, more vitality. Yes, your chart ruler is still in the 12th house, which doesn't give you the fully fledged effect of, the full potential of Aries season. But once we get into early April, we will have both the Sun and Mars in Aries. In any case, you will be having a lot more determination. There'll be more willpower for you to tap into, to set new goals, to go after new goals. And, whether you're an Aries or not, it's important to know that the new astrological year is beginning, because people are rocking around in early 2026 being like, why haven't I completed this project? Why hasn't this, thing like come into my life? I've been manifesting, or I've been working hard for it, or whatever. And it's like, yeah, well, it's the end of the astrological year right now as I'm filming this on the 12th of February, nice and early for you guys. So once it's the new astrological year, look out, because there will be less roadblocks when it comes to achieving your goals, or at least even knowing what new goals you want to set for yourself. Okay, so as if you can't tell, I'm really hanging out for it. Also, a little bit after that, we're going to have Mercury stationing direct in Pisces at 8 degrees in your 12th house. So this is the same day as the astrological new year, right? And for everyone, this is going to be received as a welcome sigh of relief, because Mercury's already not happy in the sign of Pisces, and doubly so once it's retrograde. So this can indicate that you're having more clarity about certain dreams that you're pursuing, creative projects. Maybe by this time you will have fully, or at least be more integrated in terms of certain spiritual practices and so on and so forth. And also maybe you've been working with a psychologist or a therapist, and you can feel like you're having a breakthrough, even without the therapy, because I know a lot of Aries are like, okay, just head first, ram through. This can just be experienced as your own personal breakthrough in terms of overcoming self-sabotaging behaviors. So we're going to have Mars in Pisces, trine Jupiter in Cancer, and this will be on the 22nd of March. On the same day, Sun will conjunct Neptune at 1 degrees Aries in your first house. So Mars is your chart ruler, and to have it trining Jupiter represents that you've got the green light. Jupiter expands what it touches, and when it's in a trine, this is in a beneficial way. This is in a helpful way. So Mars in your 12th house trine Jupiter in Cancer, can see there being some sort of support that comes through that helps you with your family, your living situation, dynamics with maybe parents, with children, with tenants, with flatmates. This can see you moving the needle forward with potentially renovating a property, or just making a significant contribution towards the loan, maybe paying off the loan, maybe receiving financial support to get a loan for a property or for a renovation or an extension or something that you need for the home. It could be for a car as well. It's 13 degrees, which is the Gemini degree. Okay, so for others of you, maybe this is to do with relocating abroad, permanent residency, citizenship, etc. So I repeat, that is the 22nd of March. And like I said, we do have the Sun conjunct Neptune in Aries at 1 degree. So it's interesting. It's like a push and pull energy. The Mars Jupiter trine is super duper positive, but then the Sun conjunct Neptune aspect in your first house can play out as fatigue on that day, confusion, not seeing something for what it is, feeling a bit disillusioned, maybe even a little bit disappointed, or perhaps you're just overcommitting yourself around this time. And a couple days later, or a few days later, on the 25th, the Sun will conjunct Saturn in Aries at 4 degrees in your first house. So between the 22nd and the 25th, even 26th, 27th, I would say don't load up your plate too full, because I think that you're going to have a lot of commitments to work through around this particular point in time. All right, so lastly for the month, on the 28th of March, or the 29th if you live in Australia, we're going to have Saturn in Aries in your first house, making a sextile to Pluto in Aquarius in your 11th house at 5 degrees. We don't see this every day. Typically, the sextiles between Saturn and Pluto occur once every, or 1 to 3 times every 23 years. The next one will be in 2047, and we haven't had one of these since 2012 and 2013. So, and there are some anomalies in there, but just bear with me. So it's rare and it's good, because sextiles represent an opportunity to be capitalized on. Okay, so sextiles work in the way that you don't want to leave anything on the table, as they say. So there can be an offer, an opportunity. It could be time sensitive. It may involve someone else in your life, but you have to take a step towards this opportunity. So what does it relate to? Mutual resources, large sums of money, given that it's Pluto, and this is in the 11th house. So this is indicative of investors, government support, sponsorship, even applying for an award or an accolade. Some sort of career opportunity could be coming through for you. And for others of you, maybe this is relating to the expansion of your wider network, the expansion of your community, and being able to set or take big action towards a very important long-term goal or long-term project that you have for yourself. Plus, the 11th house rules over passive forms of income. So could be an opportunity for you to make a lot of money. And I think we'll leave it there, Aries. We'll discuss Venus entering Taurus, which is right at the end of the month, next month, seeing as it'll only be for 1 day of the month. So thank you so much for watching your horoscope. If you enjoyed it, could you do me a favor and please give the video a thumbs up? If you want to see more content from me on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. Thank you so much, Aries. Enjoy your season. Tell me when your birthday is. If you're an Aries sun, happy birthday to you. And now let's move on to Taurus. Hi fellow Taurus, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your March 2026 horoscope. I'm a Taurus Sun myself, as most of you know who are regulars here, so I love to do my Taurus horoscopes. Now, on the 2nd of March, or the 3rd if you live in Australia, Mars is going to enter the sign of Pisces, which means it will be transiting your 11th house through till the 9th of April. So wherever Mars goes, this is where we're putting a lot of our energy and effort. And the 11th house rules over our wider network, community, our long-term goals for the future. And it also rules over things like investors, innovations, rewards, accolades, and passive forms of income. All right, so there could be some sort of bid on your part to get an investor on board, to invent something new, to innovate something new. The 11th house also rules over social media. So maybe this is you working really hard at putting things out, putting a lot of content online. I remember when I first started my YouTube channel, I had Mars transiting my 11th house from my ascendant. So it was a super productive time for me working on goals, smashing those out of the park. And so I have no doubt that the same will be true for you, Taurus. And just remember that it takes Mars a good 2+ years to go through all 12 zodiac signs. So we're not getting Mars in the 11th house every other Sunday. You know, this is something that should be, I guess, I can say take the bull by the horns, all right, to use a Taurus analogy there. So on the 3rd of March, Taurus, there will be a total lunar eclipse in Virgo, and that will be occurring in your 5th house at 12 degrees. So it's trining you as a Taurus, which is amazing. The Taurians who will feel it the most will be those at 12 degrees, of course, plus or minus 3 to 5 degrees. So we can say about 7 degrees up till 17 degrees. This is a total lunar eclipse, not just a lunar eclipse. So it's like a supercharged lunar eclipse, and lunar eclipses are like full moons on steroids, right? So long story short, this represents an opportunity for you to reap your rewards from hard work and effort that you've put into something. The 5th house rules over a bunch of stuff. To go through it, it's basically an extremely creative house. So this is our passions, our hobbies, our natural gifts and talents. It also represents owning our own business, and it rules over love, sex, it rules over children. So this eclipse can play out on multiple different levels. It'll really just depend on you and your own personal birth chart. For some of you, it could be that you're ready to launch a new business. You're ready to launch a new service or a new project. You are completing a creative project that you are ready to put out to the world, that I believe would be well received, given that this eclipse is trining you. And not to mention, if you look at the chart I've got up on the screen, it's also sextiling Jupiter in Cancer, which is in your 3rd house. And the 3rd house is all about projects, right? So for others of you, this could be the discovery of just how good you are at something, because the 5th house is your natural gifts and talents. Like I said before, oh my God, I'm an amazing singer. Who knew? Who knew I could dance so good, right? So it could be that something is coming back online for you in the way of hobbies and talents, or perhaps there's like a big breakthrough where you've been doing the thing for a while, months, years, or whatever, and now it's like, wow, I've leveled up in this way. So romantically speaking, there could be a major development happening here. This could be taking maybe a friendship to a new level, or taking your existing romantic relationship to a new level. It would be remiss of me not to say that this could potentially be you falling pregnant. I'm not sure if you can hear that sound in the background, but that's thunder. So it looks like it's about to storm. So don't mind the interruption there. But as I was saying, for some of you, it could be that you'll be starting a family, you'll be falling pregnant. For others of you, if you do already have children, then this could be a major development in the life of one of your children, okay? Whether that is they're graduating school, they're starting, they're leaving kindergarten, they're starting school, they're finishing primary school, going into higher education, or getting into college, getting into a relationship. or maybe you're becoming a grandparent, right? That's another way that that could play out. So obviously these are just a few different ways that this could be coming through. And then lastly, with the eclipse, there may be an opportunity for you to perform, to present. Maybe this is like a public speech, maybe this is an athletic performance, spoken word, maybe you're launching a YouTube channel. And so on and so forth. So I'll leave it there with that one, Taurus, and we can keep moving along. So Taurus, on the 6th of, sorry, I lost my train of thought. On the 6th of March, Venus, which is your chart ruler, is going to enter the sign of Aries. So it's your chart ruler, and when one's chart ruler is in the 12th house, they can feel like they want to go inwards more, just do your own thing, be working on projects behind the scenes. To be really honest, this can see you feeling a little under the weather, okay? Not quite as energetic as normal, or feeling a little bit lost, even a little bit confused, especially because Venus is going to conjunct Neptune and conjunct Saturn very soon after. All right, so of course there are other things to counteract this energy. As you know, I'm a Taurus, and I just want to make you guys aware, okay? I don't want to sugarcoat things. Long story short, take extra care of your health and don't overcommit to projects. And it may just be that, right? You could be thriving with, your goals, your dreams, and you're just like, oh my God, I'm working double time. The 12th house is our bedroom, working from the bedroom. Got your day job, then doing stuff at night, right? So ultimately, Venus going through the 12th house, though, can be a time where you are getting in touch with your dreams, with your fantasies, even with your significant other, okay? So a positive manifestation of this is more intimacy with your significant other, all right? So plus the 12th house rules over things like spa days, or spas, hotels. So for some of you, maybe you're just going to a foreign faraway place, spending time in a hotel, spending time getting massages at the spa, bathhouse, sauna, and that kind of thing. So that is a way that you can actually harness the energy of this transit to counteract some of the more challenging potential effects. So on the 7th, we will have Sun conjunct Mercury retrograde in your 11th house, trining Jupiter in Cancer at 16 degrees, which is beautiful. So this can see you working really hard on your long-term goals and dreams, and maybe this involves something that you do locally, right? So something that you do with your community in small groups, small teams, maybe working on a writing project. This can indicate that there's some sort of really positive expansion of your wider network, your community, meeting more people, and being really laser focused on goals and projects. It seems like an exciting time. And I can attest to this personally because I've got something exciting that's starting on the 8th of March that looks very aligned to this, and that was just made aware. I was just made aware of that today. So we've got Venus conjunct Neptune in Aries at 1 degree on the 12th. And then a couple days later, Venus will conjunct Saturn in Aries at 2 degrees in the 12th. So it's a time of divine inspiration, creativity, committing to your spiritual practice, committing to your yoga routine, your meditation routine, and really exploring artistic pursuits, creative pursuits, maybe committing to seeing a therapist or just understanding yourself deeper in terms of psychology, self-sabotaging behaviors and whatnot. Venus conjunct Saturn here in the 12th house indicates to me that you're committing to something, all right? And Saturn rules over your 10th house. So maybe this is committing to something as it relates to your career, your public reputation, your public status. But all this Aries activity in the 12th house is like, shh, we're working on this behind the scenes, right? So Venus conjunct Neptune, Venus conjunct Saturn in the 12th house. Do you know what? There could be some big expenses around this time. It doesn't have to be negative. It could be that you're investing in your career. It could be that you are investing in, like, putting money down to eventually generate a passive form of income. Okay, so on the 11th of March, Jupiter will station direct in Cancer at 15 degrees in your 3rd house. So won't spend too much time discussing it, but just know that now Jupiter is free to move in direct motion for the rest of its transit through Cancer through till the end of June this year. So that means that we can see positive forward momentum with writing pieces, communications, projects, anything that requires you to get like a diploma, a qualification, a license, etc. This can see there being the expansion of your friendship group. So yes, 11th house is like community, wider network, but the 3rd house is like who you're hanging out with on the weekends. Who's your small group of friends, right? Plus, this can indicate positive forward momentum with marketing, sales, expansion of clients, services that you offer, maybe signing contracts, especially if there's been delays in contracts, and this can indicate that now you're able to move ahead with potentially less setbacks. So 13th of March, it's funny because I said I wasn't going to spend too much time discussing it, but I did. On the 13th of March, Mars will conjunct the North Node in Pisces at 8 degrees in your 11th house. In a one-liner, this can represent an exciting opportunity for you to move towards your long-term goals and dreams at pace, and maybe it can be the development of a passive form of income or pooling your resources together with other people. So maybe there are investors coming on board, so there could be some lucrative money making opportunities around that time. 15th of March, Mercury retrograde will conjunct Mars in Pisces at 10 degrees in your 11th house. Things that you've said online, things that you've said in a group setting to your wider audience, network, community may or can come back to bite you. Be careful what you say around this time. On a different note, this can be a big pivot on a long-term goal or project, which can have a very positive impact on you. So Taurus, even though we've got a lot of 12th house activity, just know that we equally have a lot of 11th house activity, and this is all sextiling you, right? Like Sun, Mercury, Mars in the 11th house, it's all sextiling you. Jupiter in Cancer, sextiling you. There's a lot of opportunities on the table for you here in the month of March. So on the 19th of March, there'll be a new moon in Pisces. Let me put it up on the screen for you. So the new moon is occurring at 28 degrees Pisces in your 11th house. And if you look closely, it's actually going to be making a perfect sextile to Uranus in Taurus at 28 degrees. I couldn't be more excited about that because my sun is 29 degrees Taurus. So anyway, it's not about me, it's about you. And a new moon in the 11th house, sextile your first house, Uranus in the first house, can indicate that you're setting a new goal, new dream, new project, new social media platform or channel, new invention, new innovation, new community that you're joining, new community that you're forming, new passive forms of income. Maybe you're applying for an award or an accolade, or to be in some kind of competition, so throwing your hat in the ring. Maybe you're invited to enroll or enlist in something where it is like a competition, or you're kind of like competing with other people, because the 11th house is marketplaces. Okay, so there could be an opportunity for you to advance your social standing somehow. And the sextile to Uranus is like, good God, where did this come from? Like, how did this fall into my lap? So it represents something really unexpected, something really positive, something really something that takes you by surprise. And it's like things can move forward really quickly. We can move that needle forward, right? So moving along, Taurus, let me just take that off the screen. There we go. Lost my spot. On the 20th of March or the 21st, if you live in Australia, we will have the new astrological year beginning, okay? And that basically is represented by Aries season commencing. So this, I'm excited for it. You know, whenever it's the start of the year and everyone's like, oh, new year, new me, like 2026, I'm like, don't you get it? We're at the end of the year, astrologically speaking. So for me, goal setting, having a lot of energy and effort, like that's Aries season energy. So I like to commemorate the beginning of the new astrological year each year. I like to honor it. I set my intentions. I write out goals. I pull tarot cards for myself and all sorts of things. So obviously, as I'm filming this now, if you're here live, it's the 12th of February, so we've still got several weeks before that takes place. So don't be disheartened, don't be perturbed or concerned if certain projects hadn't reached conclusion, or if you haven't advanced as far as you'd wanted to, like this far into 2026, because like I said, it's the new year as of basically the 20th of March. So on the 22nd of March, we will see Mars in Pisces in your 11th house, trining Jupiter in Cancer in your 3rd house at 15 degrees. Just a really quick one on this. This can indicate positive support and forward momentum when it comes to projects, course content creation, being qualified for something, okay, so diplomas, licenses, qualifications, and so on and so forth. And this could indicate that there's some kind of opportunity, let me put it differently, some sort of invitation or offer that comes through that challenges you, and it's from another person. Why? Mars rules over your 7th house, which is Scorpio, and it's in the 11th house. So this is like someone in your wider network, a friend of a friend, an acquaintance, maybe even, you know, like a proposition. It could even be a stranger online, and they're like, hey, I'll sponsor you to do this, or I think you should do this. And there's just like this opportunity that falls into your lap, which can see you educating yourself further, creating some written pieces of communication or course content, YouTube channel, whatever it is, and it can advance your social position, your social standing, right? Because we've got the 11th and the 3rd houses both being activated. Same day, Sun will conjunct Neptune in Aries at 1 degree in your 12th house. And then a few days later on the 25th, Sun will conjunct Saturn in Aries at 4 degrees in your 12th house. So again, this can be some big financial expenses that are coming through for you in the month of March. And for others of you, maybe this is divine inspiration. I know what I want to work on. I know what I want to do creatively speaking. Neptune rules over your 11th house, Saturn rules over your 10th house, and the Sun is our creative intelligence, and for you the Sun is actually the ruler of the 4th house. So this could be creative projects or commitments that relate to work, business, family, and your property and your living situation potentially, or maybe supporting someone financially. So on a different note, we've got not a different note on, I didn't mention this for Aries. Whoops. On the 26th of March, Venus, your chart ruler, will conjunct Chiron in Aries at 25 degrees. All right. So And we've missed Mercury direct in Pisces. I'm all a dither. Let's go backwards. Guys, it's the first day of the pre-shadow period for Mercury retrograde. So you've just got to bear with me. I'm a Gemini rising. I'm a Virgo moon. There was no chance of me getting through this without a few hiccups. Just a note, same day as Aries season begins, Mercury will station direct in Pisces in your 11th house. So this can see you settling issues, disputes, and whatnot with friends, or maybe with older siblings, getting onto the same page. Or perhaps this is making a generous pivot in terms of certain long-term projects that you're working on, or long-term goals that you've set for yourself. Okay, fast forward to the 26th of March, Jesus Christ. We've got Venus, your chart ruler, conjunct Chiron in Aries at 25 degrees in your 12th house. So Chiron is the wounded healer in our chart, and it represents the ways in which we are wounded. It can be a spiritual wound, it can be a physical wound, which people seem to not talk about very often in astrology, but it represents our, not just what can wound us or hurt us, but how we can heal ourselves and how we can heal others. So being in the 12th house, this is a time where you may just feel very sensitive, very emotional around the 26th, and there is this opportunity for you to heal on a really deep level. Maybe you're working with a therapist, maybe you're meditating, maybe you're just moving through your yoga routine or a spiritual practice or even a religious practice, and there could be something that softens with this Venus Chiron conjunction in your 12th house. And I encourage you to take it easy on this date, to not take things to heart, do not take things personally, and also watch your own mouth, because you could hurt other people with things that you say on this day. And I say that as much as I do to you as I do to myself, right? So on the 28th of March or the 29th, if you live in Australia, Saturn in Aries in your 12th house is going to sextile Pluto in Aquarius in your 10th house at 5 degrees. So this only happens every 23 years. It's not like clockwork. Sometimes there are anomalies in there, but you know, the last one was 2012 and 2013, and the next one will be in 2047. So 12th house, 10th house, this is an opportunity for you to work on something behind the scenes, or bring your dream, your fantasy into being, into life, into the world. This can indicate that you have an opportunity to be really divinely inspired to create. Maybe someone is supporting your creative vision or your dream with, you know, Pluto ruling over mutual resources. Ultimately, Pluto rules over your 7th house, which is other people, and Saturn rules over your 10th house, which is your career and your public reputation. And so we're seeing this sextile play out between the 10th house and the 12th house, which really highlights our ability to be seen or viewed in a favorable light in a public way for something to do as it relates to the 12th house, our capacity to heal, our capacity to have compassion for others, something to do with spirituality, creativity, all forms of creativity, you know, poetry, writing, acting, filmography, photography, etc. So I think that there's this really positive opportunity to actualize your dreams and bring them out into the world. Okay, so I won't spend too much time talking about it, but you'll be pleased to hear that Venus is going to enter Taurus on the 30th of March or the 31st of March, depending where you live in the world. So again, if you're in Australia, that'll be on the 31st. Venus rules over the sign of Taurus. So right as we close out the month, you'll be feeling more like yourselves again, more energy, more vitality, just feeling more attractive as well, nourishing yourself better. If your health took a turn at any point in in March, earlier in the month, then you'll be coming on the up and up as we get closer to the end of the month. So Taurus, thank you so much for watching your March horoscope. If you enjoyed this horoscope, please do me a little favor and give the video a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. Also, I am on Instagram and Facebook, and I post very regularly, and you can even book a private one-to-one reading with me via Caistrology.com. Links in the description. Have the best month, and I'll see you guys for your birthday month in April. Thanks, Taurus. Bye. Hi Gemini, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your March 2026 horoscope. So Mercury, which is your chart ruler, will be retrograde for the first 3 weeks of the month. So let's call a spade and say basically the whole month. And Mercury's already not super happy in the sign of Pisces. When it's retrograde though in Pisces, it's a whole another story. So Mercury retrograde in your 11th house can see there being some miscommunications just in terms of friends, older siblings, your community, your wider network. On a really positive note, Mercury is going to be making positive aspects to Jupiter. We've got 3 trines, one in February, one March, and I think the other one will be in April, right? So, this does represent an opportunity for growth and expansion, especially as it relates to your wider network, finances, resources. There could be a breakthrough that comes through here. So, I think I just said Mercury was retrograde in your 11th house, but it's the 10th house. Where was I getting the 11th house? Oh, your 11th house is super activated the whole month with all of these Aries aspects. So, it still holds. On the 2nd or the 3rd of March, depending where you live in the world, Mars is going to enter the sign of Pisces. So it will be transiting your 10th house until the 9th of April. So Mars going through the 10th house can indicate that we're super duper focused on our public reputation, our public self, how we're presenting out in the world. And for those of you who are working, then this can be a very career focused time for you. Now, Mars going through the 10th house does mean that you need to be extra cautious when dealing with authority figures, whether that's your boss, executives, even law enforcement as well, because what you're doing will be closely scrutinized. And I'm a Gemini rising myself, guys, so I say this as much to you as I do to me. P.S. Today is the first day of the pre-shadow period for Mercury retrograde, so most of you know what it's like. Unless you're super new to astrology, please bear with me, please have patience with me. It's been a minute. So we've got the total lunar eclipse occurring on the 3rd of March. Let me put it up on the screen for you. It's at 12 degrees and it's in your 4th house. You'll be pleased to see a nice little sextile there to Jupiter in Cancer in your 2nd house. And of course, Jupiter in Cancer is answering to the moon itself. So long story short, total lunar eclipses are like full moons, but real supercharged. Okay, so these can be a time of powerful release, significant realizations, a culmination point, receiving closure, or just something being illuminated for you. The 4th house rules over your property and living situation, your family, your physical security, and your emotional security. So this can be a time where tension builds up for you, right? So even as you're watching this video now, I'm filming on the 12th of February, we're very much in eclipse season, right? So potentially your sleep may be off, maybe there's a lot of pressure on you, Maybe you're just feeling like your nervous system is a little bit fried. So just take extra care of yourself during this period of time. The Geminis who will be the most impacted would be those at 12 degrees, plus or minus 3, even up to 5 degrees. So that would be 7 to 17 degrees for Gemini rising suns and moons. And this can indicate potentially buying a property, selling a property, tenants moving out, maybe needing to evict your tenants, maybe someone is staying with you, maybe that's unexpectedly, and that could be putting pressure on your living situation, or perhaps you're having to ask a flatmate to move out. I just want to reiterate, there's this sextile to Jupiter and Cancer in your second house, which is really positive for you. So somehow I feel like this is giving you access to much needed resources coming through. That can be financial resources. This can be, valuables, possessions, and other assets, right? So there could be a revelation that takes place in your family. So maybe finding something out about your children or about someone in your immediate family. This is something that can indicate actually becoming a parent. So maybe you're getting pregnant, maybe that's your significant other, maybe you're finding out that you're going to become a grandparent. And by the way, it doesn't just have to be, conceiving in the quote unquote natural way. This could involve like a surrogate or IVF or fostering kids, or maybe blending your families together, right? So moving along, Gemini, just bear with me. Where are we? 6th of March, Venus is going to enter the sign of Aries. So Venus will be transiting your 11th house, and this can expand your network, your community. This can be a time where you're enjoying yourself with friends. Maybe you're attending events or hosting events. Usually this would be on like a larger scale, or it would be like less intimate, right? This isn't like 5 people gathered at your bestie's house. Maybe you're having opportunities to network more, and you could just be having more energy and I guess passion to put towards your long-term goals, your dreams, and projects that you want to work on. Okay, so it can be a very fruitful time for you in that respect. The next day, the Sun will conjunct Mercury retrograde in Pisces in your 10th house at 16 degrees, and it's going to trine Jupiter in Cancer in your second house. So this can indicate some sort of really positive development as it relates to your public reputation, your public standing, your status. Maybe this is to do with property and home ownership. Maybe this is to do with celebrating something as it relates to family status or like permanent residency, citizenship, maybe like a government decision. Okay, so perhaps this is going to be relating to family somehow, because we do have Jupiter in Cancer and 16 degrees is the Cancer degree, right? So also on the 7th, we're going to have Venus conjunct Neptune in Aries at 1 degree in your 11th house. And then just a couple days later, Venus conjunct Saturn in Aries at 2 degrees, also in your 11th house. So this can indicate that you are investing a lot of energy and maybe even finances or resources towards a passive form of income, a long-term goal, dream, project, something that you want to innovate or invest in. You could be financially backing someone, or they could be backing you, because the 11th house is investors. Maybe there's an opportunity here for you to collaborate with other people, or it's like you may receive financial support. Maybe this is from the government, maybe this is a payout, okay, a lump sum of money. But with Saturn here, there could be some conditions attached. Okay, so maybe it is, okay, I'm not going to get lost in the weeds here as I tend to do. On the 11th, Jupiter will station directing Cancer at 15 degrees in your second house. So this can see there being less setbacks as it relates to finances and resources. So maybe the last few months you feel like you haven't been earning as much as possible, or your income has been capped, or maybe there have been a lot of expenses, and then from the 11th onwards you're just able to have more, I guess, cash flow, if we can call it that. And even if that's not the case, you know, not everyone's just going to be swimming in like pools of cash. It's just the knowledge and the wisdom is there. This is Jupiter, right? So Jupiter going through your second house is like money management, wealth management. How do we expand what we already have? How do we create more abundance? So it could be like you've got the plan, you've got the ideas of what direction to go in, how to scale your business, and so on and so forth. On the 13th, Mars will conjunct the North Node in Pisces at 8 degrees in your 10th house. So this can indicate that maybe you're wanting to take a risk in your business. Maybe someone is helping to contribute their resources somehow, because it is 8 degrees after all. And this could be, I guess, someone supporting you in your career, in what you're wanting to do, with your public status, with reputation, or maybe just joining resources with another person. Okay, so this could be you being quite bold or being quite brazen and approaching some sort of authority figure to ask for something that's a little bit ballsy, if I can say as much, all right? Because the Mars and North Node together is basically to take a risk somehow, okay? To put yourself out there, and the 10th house is just like, I'm going for gold. If they say no, they say no, what of it, right? So Mercury retrograde will conjunct Mars at 10 degrees in your 10th house a couple days later on the 15th. So maybe this is you getting an important answer to something that you've been waiting on. Maybe it affects your status, maybe it affects your relationship or your career somehow. Something being exposed potentially. Just be careful what you do say around the 15th, because your words could be I don't want to say used against you, but they could be remembered and brought up at a later date. Okay, so that's the 15th. On the 19th, we will have the new moon occurring in Pisces at 28 degrees, and this will be in your 10th house. So the 10th house is our public status, and that's not just career. I know a lot of people watching maybe are not working, maybe you're retired, maybe you're in between jobs, maybe you're focusing on raising a family, whatever the case. The 10th house is like, how are you known? What's your reputation? What are your responsibilities? Even if you're a parent or a grandparent, you know, whatever. It's like new moon in the 10th house, you're taking on new responsibilities. You're setting or planting the seeds for what you want to welcome into your life at a later date. 28 degrees is the Cancer degree. Somehow to me, this represents your property, your living situation, your family. It can be land ownership. It can be something to do with security, because Cancer is like your sense of security. It can be to do with I just completely lost my train of thought. Anyway, it is sextile Uranus in Taurus in your 12th house. And so this can be something that comes in really easily. It's like there's very little resistance to this. The sextile to Uranus is like, it can't be that easy, right? So it could be an opportunity for you to advance in your career, to receive the go-ahead with something that is coming down from the top, an authority figure, your boss, an executive, the government, or whatever. And the sextile to Uranus is like, if you do this, then, you know, we'll look the other way, or we'll make things happen real fast for you. Okay, so and it can, for some of you, be purchasing a new property, right? And maybe it's like we decide we want to move, and oh my God, I can't believe like we found the property straight away, or we sold our house like that, you know, it just flew off the market, right? So on the 20th or the 21st, if you live in Australia, we're going to see the beginning of the new astrological year. Okay, Gemini. So new year, new me, right? If 2026 didn't start off the way you had hoped for it to, then this is your opportunity to turn over a brand new leaf. So we've got Venus here, we've got the sun here, and in April, Mercury will finally enter Aries as well. So basically there is this gradual shift for you to really focus on your long-term goals, projects, dreams, the expansion of your wider network, your community, passive forms of income, residual forms of income. Okay, so it's a very innovative time of the year for you. And I mentioned this in one of the other horoscopes. I actually started my YouTube channel, I think it was, when Mars was in Aries, or where I had this really strong activation to my 11th house. If it wasn't the very beginning of my YouTube channel, then it was the beginning of my horoscope series. Okay, so you can be putting a lot of effort and energy into maybe increasing your audience, your social media standing, platform, etc., reaching more people, reaching more clients, sales, marketing, stuff to do with collaborations, and so on and so forth. Okay, so on the same day, so 20th of March or 21st if you're in Australia, Mercury will station direct in Pisces at 8 degrees in your 10th house. Thank God. Okay, so this can indicate that you're getting certain answers that you've been waiting on, or moving the needle forward with your career, with your public status, getting answers maybe from your boss, from an executive, from the government, if you're waiting on some sort of decision coming from higher places, right? So on the 22nd, Mars in Pisces in your 10th house is going to trine Jupiter in Cancer in your second house at 15 degrees. So this can indicate that there's some sort of positive forward momentum with your finances, with your resources, valuables, possessions, assets, maybe investing in something that's going to enhance your career or your public reputation. All right, so same day, Sun will conjunct Neptune in Aries at 1 degree in your 11th house. A few days later on the 25th, Sun will conjunct Saturn in Aries at 4 degrees in your 11th house. So even though this can be a time where there's a lot of commitments, which are maybe rather onerous, that are coming through, it's still sextiling you. So I see this as, those last that third week of the month, so between let's say about the 22nd till the 25th, 26th, 27th, there's this opportunity for you to work on long-term projects, but it can be quite taxing. Maybe there's just like a long-term commitment that you're saying yes to, and it is going to benefit you somehow, but it's going to be a lot of hard yakka, as we say in Australia. So on the 26th, Venus will conjunct Chiron in Aries at 25 degrees in your 11th house. So just be careful with conversations with people in your community, acquaintances, even older siblings, because people can take things the wrong way. On a different note, this will be sextiling you, especially if you're a Gemini around 25 degrees. So maybe this is some sort of healing conversation that you have, or you're healing like a relationship, smoothing things over, burying the hatchet. And then lastly, on the 28th or 29th, if you live in Australia, we'll have Saturn in Aries in your 11th house, sextiling Pluto in Aquarius in your 9th house at 5 degrees. So this can see, actually no, before I go into it, let me just say, this doesn't happen every day. This happens generally every 23 years with some anomalies. The last one was 2012, 2013. The next one won't be till 2047. Okay, so the 9th house and the 11th house indicates that you're thinking about your long-term future, your vision for your future. Where do you want to go? What do you believe in? What's possible for you? If money wasn't an object, what would you reorient yourself towards? This can indicate that there's like an opportunity that may come through as it relates to expanding your network, travel, import, export, publishing, reaching more people, maybe speaking to someone who's like an industry expert or a coach, right? With Pluto in the 9th house. So, this is an opportunity for you to advance in your long-term goals and dreams and big projects that you're working on. And maybe this is you committing to something in the long term. Okay, so it would be interesting to know what comes through here for you Geminis. Let me know in the comment section below. And that's all I have for you for the month. I guess one final piece would be Venus does enter Taurus on the 30th or 31st of March, but I'm going to discuss that at the beginning of the April video. So enjoy your month ahead, Gemini. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, please give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on this channel, hit the subscribe button. Don't forget to follow me on Instagram and Facebook if you want to see more regular updates from me there. Take care and see you next time. Hi Cancer, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your March 2026 horoscope. So, Cancer, there's a lot happening for you this month because we've got an eclipse and then we've got some activations to Jupiter and Cancer in your first house. But let's begin by looking at Mars entering Pisces. So Mars will enter Pisces in your 9th house on the 2nd of March or the 3rd if you live in Australia, and it will be there until the 9th. So Mars will be trining you, which is positive. We love to see a trine in astrology. And so this indicates that you're really putting a lot of effort and energy into connecting with your belief systems, right? So that those can be spiritual, religious, political, but Mars here is like either we're taking action towards it or we're deprogramming, right? Because Mars is to cut something away. So this can, for some of you, look like taking a step back from certain religious beliefs or maybe converting from one religion to another. Obviously, not everyone's religious and that's completely fine, right? But it's like the exploration of this. For others of you, maybe you're becoming quite involved in politics or doing research into politics. It doesn't have to be, political party A versus political party B. It could even just be like, what's the history of the world? What's the history of this particular culture? And how does this system work, right? So the 9th house also rules over import and export, as well as publishing. So maybe there's an interest in pursuing something in that regard. Of course, it rules over travel. So maybe some of you will be traveling around this time. And if that's the case, then I anticipate it would be quite active travel, because Mars here is like, let's go hiking, let's see like 50 things in one day, let's walk 20 kilometers a day or whatever. So on the 3rd, we are going to have the total lunar eclipse in the sign of Virgo. So I've just put that up on the screen there for you. This is occurring in your 3rd house because you are ruled by the moon. New moons, full moons, these are going to activate and influence you even if you don't have planets in Virgo, right? So you're ruled by the moon, and so eclipses really hit Cancerians quite hard. This one is sextiling you, which is super positive. And as you can see here, it's also sextiling Jupiter in Cancer at 15 degrees. Yeah. So this eclipse in your 3rd house can see you maybe achieving some kind of new status with a qualification, diploma, license, maybe finishing off a communications piece or a writing piece, or maybe you're ready to launch a business. Maybe you're selling your business, making a mint. Maybe you are launching new products or launching new services. This can also see some of you taking on more of like a supervisory role or a managerial role in your work. Maybe there are going to be people who are reporting to you. You could be bringing a team together. Maybe you're in charge of that. And for others of you, maybe you're looking at excommunicating someone from the team. That's another way that could be playing out. So The eclipse in your third house could indicate a very significant conversation or family event that takes place, and this would more so relate to your relationship with siblings or your relationship with your extended relatives. So think cousins, aunties, uncles. And I didn't have notes for this, but maybe your sibling is getting pregnant. Okay, so that's another way that this could be playing out, especially with that sextile to Jupiter. And lastly, the eclipse in the third house could indicate that you are potentially reading or consuming content or material that is just like a mindset game changer for you. Okay, because that sextile to Jupiter in the first house in Cancer is like, oh my God, this changes the name of the game. This changes how I do everything, right? So that could be like reading a book, I don't know, Atomic Habits, that's on my to read list as an example. And, it could be that you are learning to manage your mind, especially if you struggle with like monkey mind and that kind of thing. Okay, Cancer. So moving along. On the 6th of March, Venus is going to enter the sign of Aries. Just give me one moment. I like to time how long I record each sign for so that it's sort of uniform. On the 6th of March, Venus is going to enter Aries, which means it's transiting your 10th house. So it will be transiting your 10th house for almost the whole month, like right up until the end of the month. And this is a time where you can be seen or viewed more favorably in the eyes, by the public, in terms of your performance in your career, your boss. You're a lot more visible with Venus in the 10th house. Maybe some of you are making a relationship official, or you're just, there's a way in which you and your significant other are more public somehow. This can indicate that you're maybe flirting with someone at work who is quote unquote above your station. In any case, this is a positive time for you to put your creative projects out there. Okay, so anything Venusian in nature, whether this is painting, performing, writing, poetry, film, photography, like anything that would come under creativity, I suppose. Now, over the days to follow, we will have Sun conjunct Mercury retrograde in Pisces in your 9th house, trining Jupiter in Cancer, no less, at 16 degrees. So this can indicate a potentially positive outcome as it relates to legal matters. It's one way that can play out, especially if this is something that's been dragging on for a while with the Mercury retrograde, or perhaps this is to do with an opportunity to travel, to spend time overseas, maybe talking to family who live overseas, or perhaps this is you feeling like you're getting a sign from the universe. It's another way that can play out. Okay, so it's just like, I was waiting for a green light, I've been looking for a sign, I've been uncertain about what direction to move in. So maybe it's just feeling like you have more clarity in terms of your vision, what direction you should be moving in, and so on and so forth. On the 7th, we've got Venus conjunct Neptune in Aries at 1 degree in your 10th house. A couple days later, Venus conjunct Saturn in Aries at 2 degrees in your 10th house. So your 10th house is really rather activated for the whole month, which says to me that there's a really big focus on your public reputation, your status, your responsibilities, and your commitments. Some of you may be walking away from certain commitments with the Venus-Neptune conjunction, where it's just like, I can't keep doing this, too much is on my plate, I'm going to have to sacrifice this, I'm going to have to say no, I'm going to have to break a contract. And in the same breath, the Venus-Saturn conjunction is just like, okay, now I've made space for something else. Now I can commit to something more. And, this could be an opportunity for you to commit to a new contract with career, or even a new relationship, right? Because anyway, I'm not going to get lost in the weeds here. So moving along, on the 11th, Jupiter will finally be direct in the sign of Cancer, and that will be in your first house at 15 degrees. So the last 4 or 5 months, Jupiter's been retrograde. So maybe you felt like there have been setbacks, obstacles with your personal development. And so now Jupiter direct for another, 4 months to come until the end of June. Was that March, April, May, June? 4 months can see you feeling like there's forward momentum, there's positive development, whether this is on a personal level, whether this is to do with expansion, abundance, confidence. Jupiter rules over confidence as well. So this can see you finally being more confident in something. Jupiter being direct in your first house can indicate, okay, now I'm qualified in this. Now I'm educated in this. Now I feel ready to share this particular thing with the world, right? So on the 13th, Mars will conjunct North Node in Pisces at 8 degrees in your 9th house. Maybe this is taking a risk with travel, with import and export. Maybe this is reaching out to someone who's like very high up in a certain industry or in their career. And this can be you just throwing your hat in the ring, cold calling, reaching out to see if you can pick their brains or have access to certain resources, or maybe collaborate with them, maybe ask them to share a piece of advice. Now, on the 15th, Mercury retrograde will conjunct Mars in Pisces at 10 degrees in your 9th house. So it's interesting, Cancer, for you. The activations are split across your 9th house and your 10th house. So 9th house is like, what's my vision? What's my dream for my future? Where am I going? If money wasn't an object, what would I be doing? And then the 10th house piece is just like, okay, who do I want to be? What legacy do I want to leave behind? What do I want to create? I digress. So Mercury retrogrades conjunct Mars in the 9th house. This can be appealing a legal decision. This can be an opportunity to potentially travel somewhere that you've been to before. Maybe you had travel plans that were on ice and you're clicking the resume button. For others of you, if you're meant to travel during this time, you may have to push the pause button on the other side of that coin. And this can be you stepping into the role of a teacher, like reprising that role, or maybe you're switching up your offerings in terms of what you're teaching, how it's being done, how it's being executed, right? So we will have a new moon in Pisces at 28 degrees in your 9th house. So I'm going to put that up on the screen for you. So new moons, of course, represent a new beginning taking place, a new chapter taking place. So the new moon in your 9th house can indicate that you are wanting to learn a new language, learn about a new culture, study something new, enroll in something new, teach something new, become a teacher yourself. Or perhaps you are wanting to go on a pilgrimage, wanting to learn more about a certain religion or a certain set of spiritual beliefs. Maybe you're working with a coach. Maybe you're working with a counselor. Maybe you're stepping into the role of coach or counselor. Maybe you're investing in an overseas travel ticket opportunity, property even, because 28 degrees rules over property and living circumstances. And maybe this is you foraying into import and export. Okay, so these are just a few different ways that this can play out. Of course, it is not exclusive to these things and these themes. One thing to note is that this new moon is going to be making a beautiful sextile to Uranus in Taurus in your 11th house. So this could somehow pertain to a long-term project, a long-term goal that you have for the future, or perhaps this is to do with the expansion of your community, your wider network, maybe working with people online from all over the world, and so on and so forth. Okay, Cancer. So continuing on the 20th of March or the 21st, if you live in Australia, Aries season will begin. So it's the new astrological year. The sun will be transiting through your 10th house. And so this is where we can feel more motivated, more goal orientated, more inspired to, I guess, turn over a fresh new leaf, right? So if 2026 up until this point hadn't delivered on certain things, you hadn't completed certain projects, don't worry. I get it. It was the end of the astrological year. I mean, right now I'm filming on the 12th of February and, you know, I certainly feel like that, right? And it's only Aquarius season at this point. So It will be a welcome breath of fresh air for you. On the same day, Mercury will station direct in Pisces at 8 degrees in your 9th house. Okay, so if there had been issues or difficulties with travel plans, education courses, getting something published, working with teachers, enrolling in something, import, export, all these sorts of things, clashing over political beliefs, just confused about your belief systems, whether that's political, religious, spiritual, etc., then you can have more clarity here. On the 22nd, Mars in Pisces in your 9th house will trine Jupiter in Cancer in your 1st house at 15 degrees. So this is where, the action can start happening. I know what I want to do. I know what my vision is. I know what direction I should be moving in. I'm working with this teacher. I've enrolled in this program. I'm going to travel here. This is my vision. This is what I'm going to enact politically or whatever. Okay, so it's about forward momentum. Also, this could be you actually wanting to start a family. I know the 5th house is not involved, but both Jupiter and Mars are trining your 5th house here. Okay, so that's a potential. Same day, 22nd, Sun conjunct Neptune in Aries at 1 degree in your 10th house. And a few days later on the 25th, we've got Sun conjunct Saturn in Aries at 4 degrees in your 10th house. So this can indicate that you are taking on more responsibility. You're more visible in the public eye. Maybe you're being invited to start something new, to collaborate, to contribute something. Maybe this is to do with your boss. Maybe this is to do with working for a non-for-profit, as we've got Neptune here, or the government, as we've got Saturn here. Okay, so there's obviously several different ways that this can play out. We do have Venus conjunct Chiron in Aries at 25 degrees in your 10th house. So this could be a time where you need to be a bit more mindful about your public reputation and what you're putting out there, because it could be something that somehow harms your public reputation if it's not said, delivered, or executed in the right way. On a different note, it could be something about your relationship that it becomes public knowledge. You're not really wanting to have to reveal this thing, but it's getting out there somehow. On a more positive note for you, Cancer, this can be you healing your relationship with one of your parents, okay? Or maybe even a grandparent potentially as well. Or maybe you're reconciling or reconnecting with someone, and this is like being publicly acknowledged somehow. Or perhaps you're being seen as a healer. Maybe you're stepping into this role in terms of your career. Lastly, well, almost lastly, on the 28th or the 29th, if you're in Australia, it'll be the latter. We'll have Saturn in Aries in your 10th house, sextiling Pluto in Aquarius in your 8th house at 5 degrees. So this represents that there's an opportunity here for you to advance your career somehow, your public reputation, whether this is with career, business partnerships, collaborations. Maybe this is to do with, your relationship status or property status somehow. Ultimately, the 8th house is mutual resources, and Pluto also rules over mutual resources. And then the 10th house is your public standing. And this does not rock around every day. We only see Saturn sextile Neptune once every 23 years. That's not always the case. There are some anomalies in there. Last one though was in 2012 and 2013. The next one won't be till 2047. Okay, so finally, Venus will enter Taurus right at the end of the month on the 30th of March or the 31st if you're in Australia. I will be talking about that in my next horoscope though, seeing as there's only one day of it. Okay, Cancer, thank you so much for watching your horoscope. If you enjoyed this reading, please give the video a thumbs up. If you'd like to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. And now, actually, I'm also on Instagram and Facebook. If you're wanting more regular content, you can find me at Caistrology. Thank you, Cancer. And now let's move on to Leo. Hi Leo, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your March 2026 horoscope. So you can watch this if you're a Leo, Sun, Moon or Rising. So Leo, Mercury will still be retrograde as we enter the month. So Mercury for you is retrograde in your 8th house, which means that there can be some ironing out that needs to take place of your mutual resources. On the 2nd of March or the 3rd, if you live in Australia, we will have Mars entering the sign of Pisces, which means it's going to transit your 8th house until the 9th of April. So again, the 8th house is your mutual resources. So this can see you being really focused on, well, it can play out in a few different ways. For some of you, it can be cutting someone off in terms of them having access to your resources. So maybe you're like, you know, I don't need to be paying alimony money, or you know, my child support commitments are way higher than what they should be. I know that often the opposite of that is true, so don't get offended, don't take it personally. On a different note, others of you may be like, why am I paying your phone bill? You're 25, you've moved out, right? So you could be basically just telling your children that they need to become more independent. That's one way that could be playing out. Maybe you're making changes to your will, to your inheritance, or you could be chasing these up where you're fighting for these things. I do deserve child support money. I deserve alimony money. I want to challenge a will, right? So it can be playing out on that level. Just take it as it resonates. 8th house also rules over things like sex, fertility, intimacy, addictions, psychology. So Mars going through the 9th house could be you working really hard on these things, wanting to overcome certain addictions and vices, working really hard with the psychologist, or doing your own independent, as they say, shadow work. For others of you, this could be a new sexual connection that is coming online, or maybe starting back up because we've got the Mercury retrograde there. Okay, Leo, so now let's have a look at the eclipse, right? So we've got a total lunar eclipse at 3 degrees, on the 3rd of March at 12 degrees. And for you, this will be in your 2nd house. So lunar eclipses are like full moons, but on steroids. And this is a total lunar eclipse, which means it is more potent, it is more powerful than your regular eclipse. It's in the 12th house, in the 2nd house. So this is activating your house of personal income, finances, resources, valuables, possessions, as well as food. So we'll get into that. For some of you, this could indicate that you may be actually receiving a lump sum of money, especially because this eclipse is going to be sextiling Jupiter in Cancer. For others of you, maybe there's a really big expense that you are going to be contributing or up for. It could be that you're helping someone out financially with that sextile to Jupiter in your 12th house. So maybe paying off someone's bills, or just contributing to something financially speaking for them. For others of you, this could be selling a valuable or possession and making a decent sum of money. Maybe even selling a property overseas because Jupiter's in your 12th house. This could be someone gifting you something like an important valuable or possession. Maybe it's a piece of jewelry. Maybe it's an heirloom, for example. Now, as I said, the 2nd house does rule over food. So this could be you changing your diet, and maybe it happens really abruptly. It could be that you have a realization and you're like, do you know what? It's time to go vegetarian. Or maybe you're vegan and you're like, no, this isn't the life for me anymore. I'm going back to meat, right? So it could swing any which way. I will say, just be mindful of food intolerances here and food poisoning, just because it is in the 2nd house and it is Virgo, but it's sextiling Jupiter. So, you know, I feel like if that happens, it won't be that bad. Or if it happens, maybe it means you get to sit something out that you didn't want to attend. Okay, or you're like, oh, I was meant to work this day. Oh, I've got a tummy bug. Oh no, like, guess I can't do it now. Whoops. Okay, so a pretty niche example of that, but I guess one other way that does come to mind is a massive clear out, decluttering, wardrobe, chuck it out, goodbye, getting rid of old possessions. Okay, because the second house is anything that we have in storage, so you could be doing a huge cleanup. Now, on the 6th of March, we're going to have Venus entering the sign of Aries. Okay, so that means Venus will be transiting your 9th house, and there are so many activations to your 9th house this month, which is positive for you, Leo, because that means that it's trining you. So Venus will transit your 9th house, which means there can be a big focus on travel, on exploring your belief systems, philosophy, spirituality, religion, ancient texts, just as a few examples here. Maybe doing a bit of a deep dive into politics, or just looking at what are my belief systems in general. Okay, so we will have the Sun conjunct Mercury retrograde in your 8th house, and that's on the 7th of March, and it will be at 16 degrees, and it will also trine Jupiter in Cancer at 16 degrees in your 12th house. So this could be someone paying you back. This could be you coming into ownership or possession of a valuable, maybe this is just straight up, money in the bank account, or this is something physical or tangible, or it could be property ownership, could even be cryptocurrency. Okay, so the retrograde is indicative of this thing that I've been anticipating coming back to me, or finally coming to me, especially if it's been delayed. And the trine to Jupiter is indicative of maybe this is like more than you thought. It's like a bigger return, it's more money than you thought, or it's just like overwhelming generosity. Okay, so those aren't the only ways it can play out. The 8th house and the 12th house are very much to do with psychology, with healing, and overcoming fears and insecurities. So if it's not on a material level, then it could be that you're overcoming a massive block, fear and insecurity and addiction, a coping mechanism. All right, so we've got Venus conjunct Neptune in Aries at 1 degree in your 9th house, plus Venus conjunct Saturn in Aries at 2 degrees in your 9th house on the 7th and the 9th of March, respectively. So this is highlighting your 9th house again. So themes of travel, what do you believe in, import, export, publishing, coaching, speaking to people or connecting with people who have answers to very important questions. So you could be meeting some amazing people around this time, just being put in touch with them, or getting noticed, getting recognized somehow, and maybe even developing like a personal relationship with these people. Jupiter will station direct in Cancer at 15 degrees in your 12th house on the 11th of March. Okay, so Jupiter going through your 12th house is quite a mystical, magical, subconscious experience for many of us who have this transit in the 12th house. So maybe it's not so much on a material level, right? But this can see there being positive developments with your dreams, your fantasies, creative projects, anything that you're working on behind the scenes. This can see you doing significant shadow work, as they say, so overcoming internal blockages, overcoming self-sabotaging behaviors and tendencies. So these are just a few ways that can play out. On the 13th, Mars will conjunct the North Node in Pisces at 8 degrees in your 8th house. So this can be some sort of coming together with another person, like combining your mutual resources. Maybe this is like a significant investment, or this could be taking a big risk in terms of finances. Maybe there's an unexpected turn of events in terms of your partner's income. Okay, so your 8th house is their second house, so there could be a financial risk that they're looking at taking, or they have to spend a large sum of money, or there's just like potentially a really big investment that they have to make, or an expense that they have to pay, and maybe you are potentially contributing to this as well. Could be for children too, potentially, just given that Mars rules over your 4th house. On the 15th, Mercury retrograde will conjunct Mars in Pisces in your 8th house at 10 degrees. So again, you can see that your 8th house is so activated. So, you know, without like, let's not just focus on, oh, this date, this aspect, that date, that aspect. The whole month of March, there's a massive theme for you that centers around your mutual resources, you and your finances with other people, shared bank accounts, shared investments, you know, if like your lucrative income streams, like revenue, okay, like your business partnerships, any money that you contribute to other people or that you rely on for other people, even if that's like you know, concessions, pensions, etc. That's more so the 11th house, but we can still see this in the 8th house. This may be a lot of tidying up that you have to do of your taxes, which I hate. Hate doing taxes. One of the few things that I would say openly that I hate. Anyway, so the retrograde here is like, maybe you're being audited, or you just need to go through things with a fine-tooth comb. Maybe you're like, why am I paying for this? Why do I have this subscription? I need to change plans. You know, I'm spending too much money here, there, and everywhere. Okay, so Leo, on the 19th of March, we're going to have the new moon in Pisces at 28 degrees. So this is in your 8th house. It will be making a perfect sextile to Uranus in Taurus, which of course is in your 10th house, right? So a new moon in the 8th house can indicate that there's a new seed that's being planted. I'm opening a bank account with this person. I'm buying an investment with this person. Or this is just a new investment that I'm making. I'm drawing up a will. I'm you know, taking out a new insurance policy. Okay, so, or changing my existing one, especially because Mercury is still retrograde here. So there can be changes to child support, child custody arrangements, alimony money, etc. The new moon here is at 28 degrees. So maybe this is your desire to purchase a property. Maybe this is with someone else. Maybe this is an investment property or renovations for your existing property. Okay, especially because we've got Uranus in the 4th house as well. The sextile to Uranus indicates it's easy. It comes through quick, hard and fast, very little effort. You know, it's like the stars align and there's an opportunity financially here for you to shift the goalposts in a really positive way. Others of you may be working with a psychologist, working with a therapist, starting AA, you know, wanting to overcome addictions or substance issues and that kind of thing, overcome certain fears. Maybe this is like a new sexual relationship that's starting up, which obviously I mentioned already. Or perhaps you're looking at starting a family. That's another way that could be playing out. You know, 28 degrees, Cancer energy, family, 8th house is fertility, and so on. Okay, so Leo, on the 20th or the 21st, if you're in Australia, we're going to see the beginning of the new astrological year. So happy new year. Aries season will commence, and here we'll have the sun exalted in Aries. And of course, the sun is your chart ruler. So each time the sun changes signs, you're going to feel it and you're going to love it in Aries. The sun loves to be in Aries. It's trining you from the 9th house. So this can see you feeling more goal-oriented, more ambitious, more independent, higher energy levels, just feeling more like yourself, basically. And, you know, on the same day, Mercury will station direct in Pisces at 8 degrees. So this can see you figuring out what you're doing with your mutual resources, what you're doing with wealth management, right? Having a breakthrough in that department. Mars in Pisces in your 8th house will trine Jupiter in Cancer in your 12th house at 15 degrees on the 22nd. So this can see you experiencing some sort of positive breakthrough, especially when it comes to self-development. Okay, the 8th house, the 12th house, they rule over our fears, our addictions, things that we want to keep hidden, things that we want to keep secret. So this could be you discovering important information that really helps you. It's like, aha, I've figured this out, I've unlocked it, and this is going to help me with my property and my living situation. This is going to help me with my family. This is going to help me potentially with travel, or with, you know, mutual resources, or with my relationship, maybe relationship with children. Okay, so same day, Sun will conjunct Neptune in Aries at 1 degree in your 9th house. And a few days later, on the 25th, Sun will conjunct Saturn in Aries at 4 degrees in your 9th house. So this is all trining you. These conjunctions that are trining you could indicate that there's a new direction that you want to head in terms of your career, in terms of travel, with import, with export, with what you want to learn, with how you want to expand in your horizons. Maybe this is to do with coaching. Maybe this is to do with working with someone who is like an industry expert. Perhaps this is to do with like divination, reading the signs of the universe, just feeling like you're understanding some sort of system in a much more holistic way. It doesn't have to be in an esoteric sense. It's just like, okay, sense is being made with these conjunctions. Okay, so moving along, Venus will conjunct Chiron in Aries at 25 degrees on the in your 9th house on the 26th. So it's trining you, which is positive, but you know, Venus conjunct Chiron is no doubt going to be a sensitive time for, I think, everybody, because Venus is indicative of our relationships, our important relationships, our relationships with our loved ones, especially with our romantic partner as well. So Venus conjunct Chiron at 25 degrees, which incidentally is the Aries degree, is just like, oof, okay, that stings a little bit. Even if I'm making sense of it, it can just be like understanding certain truths, right? Because the 9th house is all about seeking the truth. So it could be something that's a bit of a revelation to you, and you're like, I'm glad I know, but I need to process this. So on the 28th or the 29th of March, if you live in Australia, we've got Saturn in Aries in your 9th house, sextiling Pluto in Aquarius in your 7th house. Generally speaking, this only happens every 23 years. We love to see sextiles. We love to see trines in astrology. So basically, the 7th house is your significant other, or it's your one-to-one relationships, whether that's with clients, whether that's with tutors or business partners, just as a few examples. And so this can indicate that there's an opportunity here for you to align your vision with someone that you work with one-on-one. Again, that can be with a client, that can be with a business partner. You know, it could be starting a podcast with someone, as an example. Or maybe it's with your significant other, and Pluto is like, let's share our resources, let's combine our resources and our collective wisdom combined. And then the sextile to Saturn in the 9th house is like, how can we do something that is going to support both us and other people at large? How do we get this out? You know, how does this get published? How does this work get seen? And so it can be work that you're wanting to do with another person, or maybe signing a contract, maybe agreeing to something, and you're like, there are higher ideals at play. There's like a code of ethics that I am adhering to, and this is going to be of benefit in the long term. Okay, this isn't something that's just like the flash in the pan. Okay, so lastly, Leo, Venus will enter your 10th house in Taurus right at the end of the month on the 30th of March or the 31st if you live in Australia, but I will discuss that in the next horoscope, seeing as it's only for one day. Okay, Leo, thank you so much for watching your horoscope. If you enjoyed this video, please do me a favor and give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. If you want a private reading, one-to-one with me, you can book by clicking on the link in the description box below. And of course, I'm on Instagram and Facebook as well if you're wanting to see more content there. Take care, enjoy your month ahead, and now let's move on to Virgo. Hi Virgo, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your March 2026 horoscope. I'm a Virgo moon myself, so I always love to do my Virgo horoscopes. Mercury retrograde is going strong as we begin the month, okay? So Mercury's retrograde in your 7th house, which means that there's an enormous focus for you on your personal one-to-one relationships. So it can be talking to people from the past, your ex, people you used to work with, former clients, etc. Plus there can be a renegotiation of contracts and agreements, just as a starting off point. On the 2nd of March or the 3rd, if you live in Australia like I do, Mars is going to enter the sign of Pisces, which means it will be transiting your 7th house, and that will be so until the 9th of April. Okay, so Mars going through the 7th house can indicate that we're feeling more challenged by our significant other, for those of us who are in relationships, or it can be people that you're, for example, in a business partnership with, or your clients even. Okay, so Mars going through the 7th house can play out as maybe your significant other has challenges that they need to work through. Maybe they're super busy, maybe they're just getting fit, getting active, getting healthy, okay? Or you could be working on something together, like a shared goal, mutual goals, just as some different ways that can play out. Virgo, there will be a total lunar eclipse in the sign of Virgo in your 1st house, which I'll put up on the screen there for you. And that will be at 12 degrees. And again, this is in your 1st house. So the Virgos who would be the most impacted would be those who are at about 12 degrees. Well, definitely if you are 12 degrees, but plus or minus 3 to 5 degrees. So let's just call it about 7 degrees to 17 degrees. You guys are going to feel it the most. And so fortunately, this particular total lunar eclipse is making a nice fat sextile to Jupiter in Cancer, which we love to see, especially because Jupiter is exalted in Cancer. Cancer is ruled by the moon. So Jupiter is answering to this particular eclipse. Total lunar eclipses are like full moons, but supercharged, right? So this can indicate that there's a culmination point, something that is providing you with closure, the end of a chapter, the end of a cycle, release, harvest, reaping one's rewards. Now, don't get me wrong, this eclipse is, of course, still opposing Mercury. Hang on, let me just make that bigger for myself. At 20 degrees, Venus, and of course Mercury is retrograde. Venus is in Pisces, Mars is in Pisces at 0 degrees. Like this is super stacked. There's a lot of pressure in your 7th house. So somehow this eclipse seems to be impacting you on the level of relationship. My significant other, my business partner, my clients, my contracts, my agreements. So the eclipse can be like, I need to let go of something, I need to release something, I need to cut ties. 12 degrees is the Pisces degree, and because it's sextiling Jupiter here, there could be some sort of benevolent force. I mean, look, Jupiter is trining all those planets in Pisces in turn, which is super helpful. So this can indicate that there's a lot of pressure around the 3rd of March in particular, plus or minus a couple of weeks. But something works out in the end. Something is, just as I was talking, I just suddenly got emotional out of nowhere. But it's like something comes in to save the day, to prevent a worst case scenario. Maybe this is like your own intuition, your own inner wisdom that comes through that tells you, okay, go in this direction, not that direction. But just as I'm looking at this eclipse up on the screen, I get a feeling, like a really strong feeling of relief, peace, and closure to a difficult chapter, like something is coming to an end. And, you know, with this eclipse being in your first house, this can really be life-changing. Eclipses can be life-changing events. It can be, you know, relationship-oriented. It can be getting pregnant. It can be taking your relationship with someone to another level. Or it can be to do with your health. Okay, I've overcome this health challenge. I've said goodbye to this. I've understood what is the root cause of this. Or it could even be self-sabotaging behavior where you're just like, okay, I'm only looking forwards. I'm not going to look backwards anymore, and I'm going to make some really positive changes in my life. Okay, Virgo. So moving along, this on the 6th, we're going to have Venus entering the sign of Aries. Okay, so let me tell you straight up, pretty much this whole horoscope centers around your 7th house, which is your one-to-one relationships, and your 8th house, which is your mutual resources. So let me say that from the off. Venus transiting your 8th house could indicate that if you're in a relationship, that your significant other is maybe seeing an increase in their finances or in their resources. Venus transiting your 8th house could indicate that perhaps there's more sex and intimacy entering into your relationship, or potentially you are starting a new sexual relationship with another person. Okay, whether you're in, you know, this isn't just exclusive to those of you who are in relationships, of course. The next day, on the 7th, the Sun will conjunct Mercury retrograde. That's in your 7th house, and that's at 16 degrees, and it is trining Jupiter in Cancer at 16 degrees as well, which is super positive, right? So this indicates that the combination between the 7th house and the 11th house, that there's some sort of positive forward momentum that's coming through that can impact a one-to-one personal relationship that you have, a contract. Maybe this affects you financially. Maybe this affects your client relationships somehow, or friendships. Maybe this is like a friend who's helping you out or collaborating with a friend, or perhaps this is the renewal of a contract which safeguards your future in some way, shape, or form. If you are in a relationship, then maybe this is making an important pivot or adjustment in terms of your plans with your significant other, but it's supported by Jupiter and Cancer in your 11th house, and it's like, okay, we know what we want to do. 16 degrees is the Cancer degree, so this could potentially play out on the level of family, property, living situation, physical security, emotional security, and so on and so forth. So we've got the same day, Venus conjunct Neptune in Aries at 1 degree in your 8th house. A couple days later, Venus conjunct Saturn in Aries at 2 degrees in your 8th house. So there could be some big financial commitments that you have to make with Venus conjunct Saturn. So it could be like, I have to, pay this person for X amount of time, paying off, maybe it's to do with child support money, alimony, etc. Venus conjunct Neptune here could be that you have to pay a lump sum of money potentially, or it could be that you're receiving that from another person, right? Because Neptune can be seen as generosity, but 1 degree is like, ouch, that's a big sum, or ouch, that hurts my ego, right? On the 11th, we are going to have Jupiter in Cancer, Jupiter direct in Cancer, at 15 degrees in your 11th house. So Jupiter's spent about the last 5 or so months retrograde here, and this could have been putting a big question mark over my long-term goals, my projects, my community, my friends, my wider network. What am I doing with my life? How do I expand? How do I grow? Even like financial support, whether that's from the government or someone who's sponsoring you, investors, complicated big projects that have been delayed. Now you've got the green light with Jupiter being direct in Cancer. So I'm seeing this as more clarity, able to move forward with goals, able to set goals as well. Of course, Jupiter is sextiling you too, which is positive. Look, on the 13th of March, we'll have Mars conjunct the North Node in Pisces at 8 degrees in your 7th house. So this could be taking a bold risk with your significant other. Okay, maybe this is combining resources in some way, because 8 degrees does rule over resources. This could be a really lucrative business opportunity or contract where it's like, I'm boldly reaching out to this person to see if they want to work with me, to see if they want to collaborate with me. So, you know, if you wanted to cold call someone, if you wanted to approach an investor, and it's like super ballsy, maybe you want to do it around that time. On the 15th, Mercury retrograde, your chart ruler, will conjunct Mars in Pisces at 10 degrees in your 7th house. So this is a time where it's like time to pay the piper, is like just what popped into my mind, because the retrograde's like, you promised me that you would do this thing, or if I was ever in this situation that you would help me. And yeah, it's just like, oh God, okay, I have to put effort in for this. I have to say yes, I have to help. I did say I would do this thing if I was ever in this position. So it could work either with you being in that position or the other way around. But the retrograde is just like, this thing that I said I would do, I now have to do it. For others of you, it could be a delayed collaboration, a delayed client appointment. I said I was going to work on this goal or on this project, and you know, I'm having to push the pause button, or it's come back from the past and now we're good to go. On the 19th, there will be a new moon in Pisces. Let me put it up on the screen for you. So this will be at 28 degrees in your 7th house, and it's making such a beautiful sextile to Uranus in Taurus, which of course will be in your 9th house. And so a new moon in the 7th house, well, new moons in general are a time for planting new seeds. It's like new beginnings. We don't always see the thing take place with the new moon, but it's like the inspiration is there, the idea is there, the intention is set. So the new moon in the 7th house can be the seed of an idea to collaborate with another person, to sign a contract, to go into business with another person, to sign on a new client, to buy property. 28 degrees is the Cancer degree, of course, and so that is a potential way that could be playing out. And maybe this is your significant other who is getting pregnant, okay? Because 28 degrees, again, this is to do with family somehow. And then the sextile to Uranus in Taurus in your, what did I say, 9th house, could be like, whoa, this happens quickly. Like all the above, whatever it is that's starting, it's either starting way quicker, happening way quicker than what you thought or what you expected, or it's just fully out of the blue and Uranus is like, hey, you want this opportunity? And you're like, oh my God, yes, can't believe this is happening to me. Okay, so it could be like a positive new chapter that's starting, that's unexpected, that you didn't call in, or that's just happening almost prematurely. There could be like some degree of shock at how fast something is moving. Okay, so one last point to that. If it's not to do with you, it could be your significant other, like irrespective of you, where it's like they've just got something new going on in their life and you're like, wow, you got that off the ground really quickly, or wow, this sudden idea to do this thing, like where did this come from? Because you weren't wanting to do this before, potentially. Although Mercury's retrograde, so maybe it's just like a lofty dream that they have and you were like, they're never really going to do that, and they're like, here I am. Okay, enough of that. So on the 20th of March or the 21st, if you're in Australia, we're going to see the start of the new astrological year, and that is because we have, drumroll please, Aries season starting. Okay, so yay. I'm here for it. I'm ready for this astrological year to end. It's the 12th of February as I'm filming this right now. So Basically, if 2026 didn't start off the way that you wanted, if you haven't achieved your goals, if you hadn't, kicked a certain habit or whatever it is, or started a new thing, don't worry. New year, new me. But for real, with the astrological new year, there's again this big focus on your 8th house, because we've got Venus here, the Sun, Saturn, Neptune, and come mid-April, Mercury will be there as well. All right, so big focus on your mutual resources. On the same day, Mercury will station direct in Pisces at 8 degrees in your 7th house. Thank God. So this can see you getting closure on contracts, on agreements, ironing out miscommunications, getting onto the same page with people that you work with in a one-to-one capacity. Maybe this is clients, business partner, significant other. Okay, so if you've been waiting on an important correspondence, email, text, phone call, maybe it's going to come through here, or you can resume your client work, you can resume your contract. If there were contracts where it's just like we're at a stalemate, then things can finally progress, basically from the beginning of Aries season. On the 22nd of March, Mars in Pisces in your 7th house will trine Jupiter in Cancer in your 11th house at 15 degrees. So to me, this is like, I'm moving towards my goals at pace. I've got the green light for something. Maybe it's financial, maybe it's an investor, maybe it's to do with networking, expanding your wider community, joining a new community, collaborating with someone. This can be moving the needle forward with your significant other. This can be significant growth in your client work, in your contracts, in your business. Right, so same day, we've got Sun conjunct Neptune in Aries at 1 degree in your 8th house. A few days later, on the 25th, Sun will conjunct Saturn in Aries at 4 degrees in your 8th house. So this can be committing in a big way to a financial decision. Maybe this is to do with setting up a will, challenging a will, contributing to someone's financial situation, like helping them out, or maybe you're receiving a generous donation or contribution from someone else. Is this similar to what I said with Venus conjunct Neptune and Saturn earlier? Yes, it is. But sometimes we just see the same things repeating from different angles. The Sun in your chart rules the 12th house, which does rule over massive financial expenses, guys. So let's just see what happens. I'm a Virgo moon myself, so we'll just see how the cookie crumbles. To the person who just asked what sign I am on Virgo. And just for everyone watching, can you see here? I always have the sign displaying here. Okay, so you'll always know what zodiac sign I'm up to. Moving along. On the 25th, the Venus will conjunct Chiron in Aries at 25 degrees in your 8th house. So this is an opportunity for super deep healing, overcoming addictions, overcoming issues with intimacy, with fears, with blockages as well, especially as it relates to relationships, whether these are like your close personal relationships, friendships even, which is Venus, or love, romance, sex, because it's the 8th house. And of course, Venus in the 8th house with Chiron, you have to be careful not to overindulge, because this is like, potential to harm your body by going too far with something that's not good for you, because Venus rules over how we nourish ourselves. On the 28th or the 29th, if you're in Australia, we've got Saturn in Aries in the 8th house, sextiling Pluto in Aquarius in your 6th house at 5 degrees. The last time we saw this sextile was 23 years ago, all right, 2012/2013. The next one will be 2047. So this is absolutely not something that we see every day. But it is positive because it's a sextile. So this represents an opportunity that needs to be redeemed. Think of it as like a voucher. It's got an expiry date. You've got to use it. And if you miss it, it's just like, sorry, sorry, you missed out on a $100 voucher. I'm not saying it's that. I'm just saying that the energy of this, which again is the 28th, the 29th, plus or minus a few days, can represent a really positive opportunity for you in terms of your work that you do, being of service, overcoming a conflict. You know, the sixth house, Pluto here, this is enemies. This is just like thwarting your enemies, right? So this represents an opportunity to win against a difficult situation. It will still be hard work. You know, we've got Neptune here as well, hovering around, and the Venus conjunction to Chiron, but it's possible, right? So this can be a positive development as it relates to a psychological breakthrough, a personal breakthrough, overcoming self-sabotaging behaviors, creative blockages, conflicts, you know, big financial expenses like hurdles, and somehow finding a way to overcome these. Okay, Virgo. So at the very end of the month, Venus will enter the sign of Taurus. So it will transit your ninth house as of the 30th or the 31st of March if you live in Australia. But I am going to save that transit for next month's horoscope, given that it's only one day of the transit. So Virgo, thank you so much for watching your horoscope. I hope that you enjoyed it. If you did, please give this video a thumbs up and hit the subscribe button if you want to see more content from me. I'm also on Instagram and Facebook as well, which is Caistrology, and you can book a personal private one-to-one reading via my website in the description box below. Enjoy your month ahead, Virgo, and I'm now going to take a little break for about 10 minutes. So we're 2 hours deep now, and I'll be back with Libra in roughly 10 minutes. Thanks, guys. Bye. Hi Libra Sun, Moon and Risings, welcome to your March 2026 horoscope. Your 7th house is so activated for this month, and that means that this is a really there's a really dense focus or heavy focus for you on your personal one-to-one relationships. But let's take it from the top, Libra. So on the 2nd of March, or the 3rd if you live in Australia, we're going to have Mars enter the sign of Pisces in your 6th house. Okay, so it'll be there until the 9th of April. And Mars in the 6th house indicates that there's going to be a big focus for you on your day-to-day habits, your health regimen, exercise routine, a big focus on things like nutrition, life admin, but of course, the 6th house also rules over your day-to-day work that you're doing. Okay, so this is like, how are you showing up? What do you do every morning at work? What are the ins and outs of your working days or your working weeks? And so this does indicate that you'll be quite busy. Obviously, not everyone is employed, not everyone is working, so there'll be other ways that we're interpreting this. But for those of you who are employed, who do have a job, then I anticipate that there's going to be a lot of work on your plate. So be careful not to burn the candle at both ends. Mars going through the 6th house, just generally speaking, work to the side, is a time where we can really knock over big looming tasks, things that are quite daunting, things that we've been putting off just in terms of life admin potentially. For others of you, this can see you actually facing some kind of conflict head on. I know that that is not what Libras like to hear, but just know that because Mars is a malefic and the 6th house is one of the challenging houses, when Mars goes into the 6th house, it helps us to fight challenges. It helps us to overcome conflicts. We can be more assertive and we can basically just tick really significant things off the to-do list. Okay, so on the 3rd, we're going to have the total lunar eclipse occurring in the sign of Virgo. So I'll put that up on the screen for you. So this will be occurring in your 12th house. And when we have new moons, full moons, eclipses in the 12th house, it's one of the hidden houses. So sometimes it can play out on more of a psychological level or on an unseen level. The 12th house rules over our subconscious. It rules over our intuition, as well as it's one of the creative houses, right? The other creative house would be the 5th house in astrology. So this could indicate that you're maybe completing a creative work. Maybe something is finally ready to be birthed. Even if you haven't made it public just yet, it's like, okay, I've done this work, I've completed this thing. For others of you, this could be a really profound experience that maybe comes through meditation, maybe it comes through yoga, maybe it comes through in your dreams, right? So the 12th house does rule over the ways in which we self-sabotage, and it rules over things like escapism and, substance abuse. So this eclipse, if you can see on the screen, is actually making a sextile to Jupiter in Cancer, and Jupiter in Cancer is trining all of this really heavy Pisces activity in your 6th house. So it could be that you're overcoming some kind of addiction, some kind of maladaptive coping mechanism. And for others of you, the 12th house rules over our connection to the divine, the other side, astrology, esotericism. So you could be having, for example, a really profound astrology reading or tarot reading or experience with your own tools, divining tools, let's call it. Okay, so there could be like a heightening of your intuition that comes through, or receiving a really important message and not through, the usual text or phone call. Okay, so certainly an emotional time, I would imagine, and one for powerful release. I repeat, it's on the 3rd of March, but it's the 12th of February right now as I'm feeling this. So everything I'm saying is up for grabs. You could be experiencing it before the 3rd, or even 1 to 2 weeks after the 3rd, maybe even through till the end of March. Okay, so lastly with that one, there could be a very big financial expense. But if that's the case, I think it would be for something that's going to advance your career or your public reputation or your public status somehow, because it is sextiling Jupiter in Cancer in your 10th house. Okay, Libra, so moving along, on the 6th, we're going to see Venus, which is your chart ruler, entering the sign of Aries. And so it will be transiting your 7th house in Aries for almost the whole month of March, like right up until the end of March. When your chart ruler goes into the 7th house, this is a time where there's a really big focus on your personal one-to-one relationships. That can be with clients, that can be with a business partner, your significant other, a best friend, anyone you have a close personal one-to-one relationship with. So Venus in the 7th house can be quite positive for working with clients, for collaborations, for your friendships. Okay, is Venus happy in Aries as a transit generally? No, but Venus is very attuned to the 7th house. So Venus does love to transit the 7th house. This can indicate that there's just a massive focus for you on your personal relationships. Is there equal give and take? Maybe there's, for some of you, an opportunity to explore a romance further, or it could be introducing more love and romance into your existing relationship if you do have a significant other. The next day on the 7th, the Sun will conjunct Mercury retrograde in Pisces in your 6th house at 16 degrees, and it will also be trining Jupiter in Cancer in your 10th house. Okay, so 16 degrees. And so this can indicate that there's potentially a work opportunity that comes back around that is positive for your career. It's positive for your public reputation. So the retrograde brings it back from the past, or another opportunity to collaborate with this person. And it can be something that is beneficial to you and how you're perceived in like a public sense or in a public way. Of course, again, not everyone is working, not everyone is employed. So for others of you, this could indicate that you're overcoming some kind of health challenge or overcoming a legal problem. Even if you're not fully overcoming it, maybe it's just a step in the right direction and some sort of win for you, or like a positive development. On the 7th, so same day, we've got Venus, your chart ruler, conjunct Neptune in Aries at 1 degree in your 7th house. And then just a couple days later on the 9th, Venus will conjunct Saturn in Aries at 2 degrees in your 7th house. So Venus is the planet of love, romance, as well as, money, resources. And Neptune is a higher octave of Venus. So Venus conjunct Neptune in your 7th house can indicate that there's a significant development that happens with you and your loved one. Okay, whether this is someone that you're married to or someone that you're connected with, like you're almost on the verge of a relationship. Maybe this is you getting into a relationship. It's 1 degrees, which is Aries. So for some of you, it could be making that decision to go your separate ways. But for the majority of you, I don't think that's the case, because we've got Venus conjunct Saturn here. And Saturn is all about commitment. And I know for myself, when I got into a relationship, Venus was conjunct Saturn. I'm nearly certain of it. Was it? Saturn was involved. It was like Saturn conjunct the new moon in my 7th house. Long story short, Venus and Saturn, from a relationship perspective, they go together well, because Saturn's like commit, make it exclusive, and Venus is like, okay. So just take this as it resonates. Obviously, this is a general reading, Libra. Romance and love to the side. This can indicate that something important or significant is coming up around 7th, 8th, 9th of March as it pertains to what are you committing to another person? What are you signing along the dotted line in the way of contracts, clients, business partnerships, and so on and so forth? On the 11th, Jupiter will station direct in Cancer at 15 degrees in your 10th house. So it's not a big deal. Jupiter spends about 5 months of every year retrograde, but we do like to see Jupiter direct because now it's like we can move the needle forward. We can start to see more progress, especially as it relates to something you're trying to produce that's going to impact your public reputation. So this can be overcoming a setback as it relates to work, career, government status. So think citizenship, PR, legal matters, red tape, like bureaucracy, dealing with that kind of thing. Even if you're not overcoming it, quote unquote, Jupiter direct is like, okay, I can see what the next move is, or maybe I'm getting an update on a situation that's important to me and that will affect my public reputation and my status. On the 13th, Mars will conjunct the North Node in Pisces at 8 degrees in your 6th house. So this can indicate that you're maybe wanting to take a risk in terms of work. Maybe there's an impulse decision to adopt a pet, or, welcome a pet into the home. This can indicate that you are applying for a loan, or going into debt. Maybe someone is there's this fly, and I know I said this in the last horoscope, the last forecast, but there is this fly and it's microscopic and it's around, and I think it just went past the screen there. Please ignore it. There's nothing I can do right now. Okay, so Mars conjunct North Node in your 6th house could indicate a lucrative new opportunity that comes through in terms of your work. Maybe you're investing in something that's going to support your work. Maybe you're investing or trying something new in terms of like an alternative healing modality. So something that's going to benefit you with your health or with your exercise routine. Okay, so this can see you being super duper motivated as it relates to daily habits. I'm going to cut this, I'm going to overcome this, or I'm going to implement this new thing and integrate this new habit that's going to serve me, right? So on the 19th, we do have a new moon in Pisces, which I will put up on the screen for you. So new moon, new me, right? It represents a new chapter that is beginning. And this particular new moon is at 28 degrees and it's making a perfect sextile at 28 degrees to Uranus in Taurus. And that, of course, is in your 8th house. So the new moon in the 6th house can indicate that there's potential for you to take on a new job, be of service, apply for a loan, welcome a pet home, like I said before. This can be a new health treatment, a new healing modality. With the sextile to Uranus in your 8th house, maybe this is to do with new resources that are being made available to you that's going to help you to overcome certain problems or challenges that you've been experiencing. At the end of the day, the 6th house is all about productivity, organization, cleaning, decluttering, getting your house in order, as they say. So the new moon here could indicate that that's what you want to be focusing on. And maybe this is going to relate to your property and your living situation, because 28 degrees is the Cancer degree. So this could be about facilitating a move or something to do with a visa, and so on and so forth. Okay, or maybe being sponsored by someone to work. Okay, or to travel. So where were we? The new moon. Okay, let me get that off the screen. Libra. So on the 20th or the 21st of March, if you live in Australia, we've got Aries season commencing. So this is the new astrological year. Happy New Year, Libra. If 2026 has been a bit of a disappointment so far in terms of your goals, your objectives, where you thought you'd be by now, don't worry. The start of the new astrological year will breathe new life and passion into you. Okay, so I myself am really looking forward to it, and this is again, another activation to your 7th house. And don't you worry, those activations keep coming throughout this forecast. On the same day, Mercury will station direct in Pisces at 8 degrees in your 6th house. And so this can see there being some kind of conclusion being reached or overcoming an issue as it relates to work or problems with employees. And if there's been conflicts, then this can see you ironing those out. If there's been a delay on getting approval for a loan or extending a budget or something of that nature, then you can get your answer around this time. The next day, on the 22nd, we've got Mars in Pisces in your 6th house, trining Jupiter in Cancer in your 10th house at 15 degrees. So this can see there being some kind of new, what's the word I'm looking for? Inspiration, new drive and energy that you can channel into either your career or some way in which you can be of service. Okay, so it's like helping other people. What contribution am I making? Maybe it's about solving problems for other people or other people who are helping you. Okay, so it doesn't have to all be about work. The 6th house is very much about service. This can be to do with developing your skills in some area that's going to help you with work, or that's going to help you with organization, with cleaning, with life admin tasks like your systems and your processes, if that makes sense. So on the same day, we've got the Sun conjunct Neptune in Aries at 1 degree in your 7th house, and then a few days later on the 25th, Sun conjunct Saturn in Aries at 4 degrees in your 7th house. So Sun conjunct Neptune, Sun conjunct Saturn here in the 7th house does indicate that there's an important new agreement that's coming through, an arrangement. In one way, it could be like, I'm agreeing to this, I'm going to sign along the dotted line. Yes, I'm happy. Well, I don't want to say happy to do this thing, but yeah, let's commit to this thing. Or it could be that you're wanting to break free from a commitment with Neptune, like Sun conjunct Neptune, or it could be both, where you have to disappoint someone in order to be able to say yes to someone else, or say yes to something else. So what I'm getting here is like there's some kind of a trade-off. I will just say that this can be a sensitive time when it comes to your one-to-one relationships, with Venus conjunct Chiron in Aries at 25 degrees in your 7th house. That's on the 26th. So you can see we've got these heavy conjunctions, Sun with Neptune, Sun with Saturn, Venus with Chiron. To me, this represents having to diplomatically, which is your strong suit, navigate challenging conversations with other people. Maybe it's standing up for yourself, being assertive, just making it clear if someone is taking advantage of you, and not being shy or afraid to tell people where you're really at. Okay, so almost lastly, getting to the end of the month, on the 28th of March, or the 29th if you're in Australia, we've got Saturn in Aries in your 7th house, sextiling Pluto in Aquarius in your 5th house at 5 degrees. So this, generally speaking, with a few exceptions, only happens every 23 years. And this is really positive. This does represent an opportunity to explore your creative gifts, your talents, your hobbies with Pluto in the 5th house. Maybe this is going to be work that you're doing, or a commitment, working with another person, or a project, working on like an offering or a service or a product. This could be that you are making it exclusive with you and someone that you've been seeing, okay? Because Saturn's in the 7th house. 7th house is long-term relationships. Saturn is exclusivity. And then the 5th house is love and romance. For those of you who have children, this could indicate that one of your children is taking on an opportunity that maybe you didn't think that they would take, where it was like, it was an offer or something that was on the table and you weren't really sure which way they were going to go with it. So to me, this represents a long-term commitment with Saturn here. Maybe it involves them getting married, or maybe it involves them starting a family, or pursuing something as it relates to their career, but it's like you see your child really like stepping up and becoming more responsible. Okay, so obviously I'm talking here as though you've got grown children. If your children are younger, maybe this is like, wow, they're helping so much more around the house. I can see that they're so much more mature, or that they're putting in a lot of effort to like in their relationship with you or in their relationships with others. And so maybe you're just feeling this like sense of pride. Okay, so lastly, Taurus, Venus, your chart ruler, will enter Taurus. Did I say lastly Taurus? I meant lastly Libra. Venus will enter Taurus, giving the whole farm away, on the 30th of March or the 31st if you're in Australia. So because it's your chart ruler and Venus naturally rules over the sign of Taurus, this is something that we love to see, but I am going to leave this until my April forecast because it's only going to be for one day of the month. So stay tuned, subscribe. If you enjoyed this video, please hit the like button. If you want to see more content from me in between these horoscopes, feel free to follow me on Instagram and Facebook. If you want to work in a one-to-one capacity in true Libra form, you can book a reading with me through Caistrology.com. Link is in the description box below. Enjoy your month ahead, Libra, and I'll see you guys next time. Hi, Scorpio Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your March 2026 horoscope. So let's begin from the top. Mars, which is your ruling planet, is going to enter the sign of Pisces on the 2nd of March. If you're in Australia, that would be on the 3rd of March. So that means Mars will be transiting your 5th house for over a month, up until the 9th of April. Because Mars is your chart ruler, whenever Mars changes signs, you're going to feel it, you're going to see it, because this represents that your energy and your attention is going to this next house, right? So Mars in your 5th house indicates that you're focused on your hobbies, your passions, creative projects, artistic pursuits. The 5th house also rules over love, romance, sex, and children. Okay, so for some of you, this could be a new sexual relationship that's beginning. For others of you who are in relationships, this could be a boost in that department. Okay, so more sex in your love life, more intimacy with your significant other. If you're single, then on a different note, maybe this is like, do you know what? I'm ready to explore my sexuality, or I want to re-enter the dating game, whether that is putting yourself out there, whether that's online, whether that's attending more social events where you're more likely to meet someone. On a different note, the 5th house rules over children. So Mars here could indicate that you're maybe butting heads a bit more with one or more of your children, or it could be that you and your child are like, hey, let's exercise together, let's take on a new project or a new goal together. So that would be a really positive way that you could harness that energy. On the 3rd of March, we will have the total lunar eclipse occurring in the sign of Virgo. So I'll put that up on the chart for you. The chart up on the screen for you. So this is at 12 degrees in your 11th house. Total lunar eclipses are very, very supercharged full moons. Okay, so it can be a time of having intuitive downloads, receiving answers, and just getting closure about certain things. It can also be a time of release, renewal, and in the 11th house, this rules over our wider network, our communities, plus it rules over our long-term goals for the future, right? So For some of you, this could actually be the successful completion of a long-term project. This could be maybe walking away from a certain community that you've been involved in. And for others of you, this could be potentially releasing something out on social media, because the 11th house is like your, your social media presence. So maybe this is starting a YouTube channel. Maybe this is launching something on Kickstarter. The 11th house also rules over investors. So this could be signing on a new investor. This could be actually receiving a lump sum of money, okay? Because the 11th house is awards, accolades, and it is one of the money houses. And this eclipse is making a sextile to Jupiter in Cancer. So there could be some sort of lucrative financial payoff that is coming through. So other ways that this can play out is potentially being accepted into a PhD program, or maybe you are completing your PhD program, right? So oh my God, this fly, it's driving me crazy. I've been tolerating it for 3 hours and now I just need to complain. Forgive me. Okay, Scorpio, moving along. So on the 6th, we've got Venus entering the sign of Aries. So Venus will be transiting your 6th house for almost the whole month. And Venus in the 6th house can lead to love or romance with a co-worker. On a different note though, because obviously that won't be for everybody, this can be a time where you are enjoying eating healthily, enjoying exercising. This can be a time where you are being of service for other people. Maybe this is for friends, as it's Venus. Maybe this is helping out your significant other, given that Venus rules over your 7th house. Okay, so on the 7th, the Sun will conjunct Mercury retrograde in Pisces in your 5th house at 16 degrees. Okay, so it will also be trining Jupiter in Cancer at 16 degrees in your 9th house. And ultimately, this is super positive because we've got Jupiter trining you and we've got the Sun and Mercury trining you as well. So this can indicate potentially understanding what you want to do with a new business or with your existing business. So maybe it's moving the needle forward in that department, moving forward with a creative project, getting the green light for something. This can be a positive development in the life or lives of one of your children. This can indicate that you may be focused on your vision for your future. Maybe this is to do with what you want to learn. Maybe this is to do with travel. So there could be an opportunity to pursue something that's really going to bring you joy, and that will expand your horizons in some capacity. On the 7th, we've got Venus conjunct Neptune in Aries at 1 degree in your 6th house. A couple days later, we've got Venus conjunct Saturn in Aries at 2 degrees, also in your 6th house. Okay, so this can put pressure on relationships, especially because the 6th house rules over conflict, and then there's Saturn here. But Neptune represents that there's an ability to forgive or to be forgiven. So there may be important conversations that are being had pretty much from around the 6th till the 9th or the 10th of March, where it involves navigating difficult conversations, compromise, being assertive, maybe forgiving someone else, or maybe asking for forgiveness in certain instances. And I don't mean like getting down on your knees and begging. I mean, there may come a point where you feel compelled to apologize to another person, and so you'll just need to navigate that accordingly. So on the 11th, Jupiter will station direct in Cancer at 15 degrees in your 9th house. And again, Jupiter's trining you. If there's been issues with travel, import, export, legal matters, education, something to do with the law, then Jupiter direct can see you understanding how to move forward, what the next natural step is, or maybe there's been obstacles or blockages that will be removed come 11th of March onwards. This is sort of a generic interpretation. Just know that it's because Jupiter spends 5 months retrograde every year, and basically it's more about the integration of knowledge or new circumstances, especially as it relates to what we experienced in the second half of 2025. And it's like, okay, I've learned something new, now I can move forward with this. Okay, so Jupiter's got a few more months to go, 4 more months to go in the sign of Cancer. On the 13th, Mars, your ruling planet, will conjunct the North Node in Pisces at 8 degrees in your 5th house. So this can see you maybe wanting to take a risk with your business, maybe wanting to, oh my God. Okay. This fly. Mars conjunct North Node in Pisces at 8 degrees in your 5th house. Can see you taking a risk with business, maybe starting a new business, expanding your existing business further. If you have children, then maybe there's something that they become obsessed with, because Mars, North Node together is like, I'm obsessed. So it could be their latest thing that they're really into. This can indicate a new, like taking things to a new level with someone in terms of intimacy and sexuality, or maybe just within yourself if there's no one in the picture. And I do have to say that this is like high risk, high reward energy. So with the 5th house ruling over gambling and speculative investments, just be mindful, okay? Because there can be a tendency to go too far with Mars conjunct North Node, and that could even be with like what you're indulging in for fun, right? Which is another function of the 5th house. So just be mindful around the 13th not to go too far with certain things, especially if there's a really high level of risk involved. But also, you do you. On the 19th, we have a new moon in Pisces, which I will put up on the screen. So this will be at 28 degrees. And of course, it's going to be in your 5th house. So you have the super duper activated 5th house Scorpio. And new moons are a time for planting new seeds. It's like a new chapter that's beginning. It's trining you, which I think is really lovely. And it's also sextiling Uranus in Taurus at 28 degrees. That's a perfect sextile, which is lovely as well. So the new moon in the 5th house can indicate that you are wanting to explore new hobbies, new passions. Maybe you're ready to re-enter the dating pool. Maybe you're wanting to take your relationship with your significant other to another level. If you have children, then this could be a new chapter that's starting in their life. And the energy of this new moon is that it's something unexpected, it's something fast-paced, but it's something good, okay, because of the sextile to Uranus in Taurus. So there could be an opportunity that you need to say yes to, or to engage with and capitalize on it sooner rather than later. And for others of you, maybe this is that you are looking to start a family, expand your existing family further, or maybe it's your significant other who may be getting pregnant around this time. Obviously, it's a general reading, so just take what resonates. That message won't be for everybody. Moving, is there anything else I wanted to say? Maybe there's like a new investment that's coming through here, and it could actually be maybe one of your children who is getting pregnant. Okay, so maybe you're entering grandparent territory, potentially. Okay, Scorpio. So on the 20th of March or the 21st, if you live in Australia, we're going to see the start of Aries season. So the sun will enter Aries, meaning it's transiting your 6th house, which will officially kickstart off Aries season. And this is great. It's a great time to set your goals, to be really clear about what you want to achieve over the next 12 months. If you haven't been successful thus far with your goals and what you wanted to achieve in 2026, just know that I'm sure in large part that is due to it being the tail end of our astrological year, right? So for us, astrology fans, we really look to the start of Aries season for our new year. Okay, so Happy New Year once more. On the same day, Mercury will station direct in Pisces at 8 degrees in your 5th house. So if you've been experiencing issues with one of your children or with a person that you're dating, then this can see you ironing those out, burying the hatchet, having clear communications, or being able to see things from their point of view, or then being able to see things from your point of view. If there's been a lot of highs and lows in your business or a lot of pivoting that you've had to do, then Mercury direct can see you ironing out those details. So that can be quite positive for you. On the 22nd, Mars in Pisces in your 5th house will trine Jupiter in Cancer in your 9th house at 15 degrees. Okay, so again, we have this positive interaction between your 5th house and your 9th house, which is positive and significant and impactful for developments as it relates to travel, education, publishing, your belief systems as well, having faith, having optimism. It can be positive for creativity, your hobbies, your passions, just honestly experiencing more joy, more happiness in your life. Maybe this is you seeing one of your children really succeeding, like something really, I want to say momentous could be coming through for them this month. I don't want to put a specific date on it, but I'll just park that with you. So we will see on the same day Sun conjunct Neptune in Aries at 1 degree, and this will be in your 6th house. And then a few days later on the 25th, the Sun will conjunct Saturn in Aries at 4 degrees in your 6th house as well. So as you can see, there's this really big focus on both your 6th house and your 5th house. So on one hand, it's like joy, creativity, romance, and then the 6th house is like, okay, but be focused, be organized, what's going on with work. So there can be something new that you're committing to in terms of work, in terms of health, in terms of being of service, your habits, your routines, etc. And maybe there's like charity work that you're going to be doing with Sun conjunct Neptune. So it's like, okay, I'm happy to do this for free. It puts me out a little bit, but I'll do it. And then the Sun conjunct Saturn is just like, whew, this is the commitment. Or it's like, I'm doing some really high level work, but I'm not getting paid as much as I'm worth because it's such an amazing opportunity, or because this special person asked and I know I need to help them and they don't have the funds. So it could be playing out in that way. We're getting close to the end of the reading. So on the 26th, we will have Venus conjunct Chiron in Aries at 25 degrees in your 6th house. So this represents an opportunity to heal a part of yourself that's like a really sensitive spot that relates to relationships, whether that's love, romance, an important friendship, a relationship with a significant woman in your life. That could be a sister, just as an example. Or this could be your relationship with yourself, your self-esteem. How do I nourish myself? How do I treat myself? So I will say that from about the 22nd till the 26th, 27th, it could be a highly sensitive and emotional time for you. I do think that massive breakthroughs are possible. But of course, the other side of that coin is, well, I have to acknowledge this thing. I need to shine a spotlight on it if I am to change it. On the 28th of March, or the 29th if you live in Australia, we've got Saturn in Aries in your 6th house, sextiling Pluto in Aquarius in your 4th house at 5 degrees. This is not something we see every day. Typically speaking, we only see this sextile between Saturn and Pluto occur every 23 years, although there are a few exceptions. The last one was in 2012 and 2013, and the next one will be in 2047. Sextiles indicate that you need to take an opportunity with both hands. In one of the other readings, I described it as when you get an email and it's like, hey, you've earned $100, here's a voucher, here's a reward, but it has an expiry date and you've got to use it. And if you don't redeem it in this time, like, too bad. And that's basically the energy of a sextile, at least as I'd like to describe it here. So it represents an opportunity that will benefit either your family, your relationships with a family member or several family members, your property and living situation, or your sense of emotional security or physical security. And if it's not land and property ownership or living situations, it could even be to do with vehicle ownership, but just bear with me. So this is like access to someone's resources. You can stay with me, you can live with me, or let's heal this relationship. I'm sorry, like let's dig deep into this. Let's see a psychologist together or a therapist together, or you're seeing a therapist and you're having a big breakthrough where you're able to overcome certain things or let certain things go. For others of you, this could be to do with work opportunities, being of service, having a loan paid off, maybe working at an estate, working at a hostel. It's like you get free accommodation because you're working somewhere. Like, I'm just throwing together a few different ways that this can play out. Long story short, Saturn in the 6th house is just like work, being of service, health, overcoming problems, conflicts, and so on. And then Pluto in the 4th house is like, this benefits you in terms of your living situation or your family relationships, or like learning about your heritage. Okay, so those are several different ways that can play out. Maybe you're just wanting to get into the real estate industry, construction. Maybe this is to do with the automotive industry, something to do with engineering, agriculture, environmental science, secret service, patriotism, right? So there could be quite an incredible opportunity that comes through more towards the end of the month. So on the 30th or the 31st, if you're in Australia, Venus will enter Taurus, so it'll be transiting your 7th house, but I'm going to talk about that in my next horoscope, seeing as there's only one day of that transit here. So Scorpio, thank you so much for watching this horoscope. If you enjoyed it, please do me a little favor and give this video a thumbs up. If you'd like to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. And I'm also on Facebook and Instagram if you want to see more regular updates from me. And of course, you can book a private one-to-one reading by clicking on the link in the description box below. Take care of yourself, Scorpio. And now let's move on to Sag. Hello Sagittarius, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your March 2026 horoscope. So let's just get cracking. On the 2nd of March, Mars will enter the sign of Pisces. So it will be transiting your 4th house until the 9th of April. So full disclosure, your 4th house and your 5th house are pretty much the two houses that are the most activated for the whole month, meaning that in March, there's an enormous focus on your property and your living situation, plus creativity, business, love, romance, and children. Okay, but coming back to Mars in your 4th house. This is a time where you can be extremely productive around the house. This can be renovating the house, doing a massive cleanup, stuff to do with erecting sheds, garages, working on the cars at home, or other certain vehicles that you have. This can be a time where you are engineering things at home or for the home, maybe working on construction around the home. And it does have to be said, when Mars transits the 4th house, we do have to be extra careful about security, break-ins, theft. Okay, lock your cars, don't leave wallets in cars. Make sure that you're remembering to activate your security system after you leave the home for the day or what have you. So this is just a friendly reminder for this transit, which occurs once every couple of years. Of course, not every single Sagittarius is going to experience something of that nature. Another thing to be a bit more mindful of is be careful when you're using power tools at home, because accidents in the home can certainly happen. And I nearly set my house on fire by burning some taco shells just a few hours ago. I can still smell it in the air. Anyway, so Mars going through the 4th house can also play out as, my God, my flatmate is so annoying me, or the person that I'm living with is annoying me. It can also play out as finding your family annoying, kind of being at loggerheads a bit, clashing with family members, people that you live with, maybe having to evict tenants as well. That's another way that can play out. But on the whole, it's a time where you can be really productive at home. We're going to talk a lot about the home, okay? Don't you worry. So on the 3rd, we have the total lunar eclipse in Virgo happening in your 10th house Sagittarius at 12 degrees. So first things first, these Sagittarians who are going to feel this the most will be those around 12 degrees, plus or minus 3 to 5 degrees. So let's take it from 7 degrees up till 17 degrees. If you see that chart that I've got up there, you'll be able to notice that this eclipse is making a sextile to Jupiter in Cancer, and it's obviously opposing a lot of planets in Pisces in your 4th house. So there seems to be this push and pull, tug of war energy between my career, my public reputation, my high level responsibilities, and oh my God, I've got a lot of stuff to do at home, or a lot of stuff to do with my family or around the house, or that you're just trying to keep to yourself. You're like, I don't want this to be known. Okay, so this eclipse in your 10th house can indicate that there's some kind of decision that is being made or being communicated to you from the top down. This can be with your boss. This can be about your company. This can be about a merger, a restructuring of the company. So it's just like, hey, company decision, everyone, here's an announcement, this is what's happening, right? And then for others of you, it could be that maybe your boss is resigning, boss is getting fired, or something of that nature. I just want to preface this by saying that the sextile to Jupiter in Cancer, which is in your 11th house, indicates that there's a payoff. Okay, so there's a positive trade-off, or hang on, I just got confused about which house. Jupiter in Cancer. I beg your pardon. Jupiter in Cancer is in your 8th house. Okay, so the eclipse is in your 10th house. It's sextiling Jupiter in Cancer in your 8th house, but again, it's a money house. So maybe you now will have access to certain benefits, or perhaps this is a financial boost that you're receiving. On a different note, maybe this is indicative of a change in industry, in job title, in career status or employment status. All right, so whatever happens with career and your public status, somehow there's a benefit to you. It's very clear with Jupiter in the 8th house. Also, Jupiter's trining all these other planets in Pisces in your 4th house. For some of you, this could be a change in relationship status, property ownership status, like your living situation, government status, so think citizenship, permanent residency, and so on and so forth. And honestly, it's about public reputation and visibility, right? So obviously not everyone is in the work industry. A lot of you are not in relationships, so maybe it's not applying on that level, but it's just like, okay, but what legacy are you leaving behind? How are you being known? Maybe there's something that you're doing in the community at large, or in a group that you're part of, and you're like the leader, or you're receiving some sort of positive recognition for work that you are doing. Okay, so for others of you, this can be receiving the outcome of something that involves like a government decision, right? But again, I see positive things here with the sextile to Jupiter in Cancer, and then Jupiter trining everything. But let's just move along Sagittarius, shall we? So on the 6th, we will have Venus transiting Aries in your 5th house. So 5th house rules over love, creativity, romance, children, our natural gifts and talents. So Venus transiting the 5th house is actually quite positive for love and romance. It's positive for your relationship with your significant other. And if you're single, it's positive for dating, if that's what you're wanting, right? There are going to be a few spicy aspects that Venus makes, like straight from the get-go. So on the 7th, we'll have two things happening at once. First of all, Sun conjunct Mercury retrograde in your 4th house, trining Jupiter in Cancer in your 8th house. So let's unpack that first. This can indicate that there's some kind of positive development as it relates to your home life, your property, your living situation, and finances and resources, okay? Because this is taking place in the 4th house, and then 16 degrees is the Cancer degree, which rules over property and our living situation as a whole. So the trine to Jupiter in Cancer in the 8th house could be like, all right, I can afford to buy this home. I can afford to renovate or to expand. Or perhaps this is you selling your property and getting more money than what you anticipated. Or maybe you're looking to sell and you're realizing that you can afford more than what you initially thought. Like you're getting the picture, right? So on a family front, this can indicate that you are maybe receiving some positive, some assistance from a family member, okay? Or it could be that you receive assistance from someone else and now you're able to like reinvest that money into your family. Okay, so on the same day, Venus will conjunct Neptune in Aries at 1 degree in your 5th house. So a couple days later, we will have Venus conjuncting Saturn in Aries at 2 degrees in your 5th house. So that's a lot of pressure for Venus. Venus is not happy in the sign of Aries. In saying that, this is trining you. Both of these conjunctions are trining you. So this can indicate that you are potentially making a relationship more official, making it exclusive. So there could be some kind of development on that front. But Venus conjunct Neptune could be like having to do long distance for a period of time, potentially. For others of you, this could indicate that you are ready to start your own business, ready to work on developing a new product or offering a new service. So the conjunction is about something new that is starting, right? Especially as it is in the sign of Aries, and this is trining you as well. So maybe this is you conceiving a child, or your significant other is falling pregnant, just as a potential. Of course, not all of you are going to be romantically involved or looking to start a family. Actually, one more piece on family, right? If you have children, Venus conjunct Neptune or Venus conjunct Saturn can indicate that maybe it is them who is ready to start a family or entering into a relationship. But I do think for those of you who have children, that this indicates that there's some kind of difficult decision that one of your children may need to make, or you're just like, wow, that's a real that's commitment from you, you know. So you're really in it for the long haul. Oh my god, sorry, this fly just like nearly went up my nose. And that it's moments like these that I wish this was not live. Anyway, oh, that really unsettled me. Okay, maybe it's time to move on to the next. This video is going to be so funny. All right, on the 11th, Jupiter, which is your ruling planet, is going to station direct in Cancer at 15 degrees in your 8th house. Okay, so because it's your ruling planet, Jupiter, and whether it's direct or retrograde, you are going to feel that. So Jupiter direct in the 8th house is just like, okay, now I can really get going with my mutual resources. Now I can move the needle forward with certain investments, with drawing up a will, with my insurance, with getting tax money back potentially, or perhaps this is to do with overcoming certain fears and insecurities in a big way. Okay, so on the 13th, Mars will conjunct the North Node in Pisces at 8 degrees in your 4th house. So the 4th house again is like your property situation, your living situation, and Mars conjunct North Node is like we're moving quick, real quick. This can be new technology for the home. This can be wanting to relocate, wanting to invest, wanting to renovate, sharing your resources with another person, or taking a really big risk as it relates to your property and living situation. So it could even just be like, whoa, we have to move, or we're doing this thing, and it's just come so fast, much faster than one thought. Mars conjunct North Node in your 4th house could be you finding out about a decision that a family member's going to make, and you're like, I find this to be shocking. Okay, so you could be questioning their decisions, and what came through was morals. So I'm just going to rock and roll with that. So like, why are they doing this? Like, where is this decision coming from? So maybe it's a little bit difficult to comprehend why certain family members are behaving in such a way. Also, moving along, on the 15th, we'll have Mars, this time conjunct Mercury retrograde in your 4th house at 10 degrees. So to me, these two things are connected, especially as they're just like a couple days apart. So it could be reconnecting with a family member. Okay, I'm talking to this family member again. It's been ages. Or I'm revisiting a discussion. Like, why are we talking about this thing again? I thought we'd bury the hatchet. It could be finding something out about a family member, or you're revealing something about yourself to this family member. Okay, so it's like, you know, truth coming out in some way. On the also, one last thing with this could be having to revise contracts if it relates to property, living situations, tenants, renewing contracts, you know, making some difficult decisions about your property and living situation actually is what comes through. So on the 19th, we've got the new moon in Pisces at 28 degrees in your 4th house, which I've just put up on the screen for you. So new moon, new me, planting new seeds, right? A new chapter begins. It's at 28 degrees, and this one is sextile Uranus in Taurus, also at 28 degrees. It's a perfect sextile. I love to see it. And ultimately, 28 degrees is the Cancer degree. So a new moon in the 4th house can indicate starting a family, expanding your existing family further, maybe finding out that, you know, you're going to become a grandparent. Maybe this is you having to make decisions on behalf of your parents or your grandparents. So you're having to frontline certain things, but the sextile to Uranus in Taurus is like, wow, this is all much easier than what I thought. I get this feeling of there's a build-up of trepidation. This is going to be really too hard basket. How much effort is this going to take? And then the sextile to Uranus is like, well, actually kind of none at all. Okay, so I'm excited about this new moon actually. This can indicate that you are wanting to relocate, wanting to purchase a property. Maybe you're applying for documentation which relates to your living situation. So just as an example, we've got Mercury retrograde here and Mars. So this can be like birth certificate, international passports, that kind of thing, just as a few different examples for you. And I think we can leave it there for this new moon in Pisces. I guess one other way that could play out is it's a brand new chapter that's occurring in the life of a family member, okay, most likely one of your parents. So on the 20th or the 21st, if you're in Australia, we're going to see the beginning of the new astrological year. We'll have Aries season, so happy new year, everybody. The sun will be transiting your 5th house. The sun is exalted in the 5th house, so we're going to start to see there being less and less pressure on your 4th house. So make no mistake, there's a lot happening in your 4th house. So a lot of this month for you is about what's happening with the home, what's happening with my family, my living situation, my security, and that kind of thing. And then we switch gears as we start to switch gears as we get to Aries season. So the sun in the 5th house, you can enjoy 4 weeks of feeling more creatively inspired, more motivated, having more energy. It is positive for love and romance as well. On the same day, Mercury will station direct in Pisces at 8 degrees in your 4th house. So this can give you some much needed clarity on what's happening with my home life, what's happening with my family situation, what's happening with where I live, with my flatmates, with my overseas, property, with my documentation that's going to impact my ability to travel or to apply for certain things. So yes, I can see how stuff like birth certificates, passports, clearances, like all of this stuff is coming through, and maybe you're going to be getting the green light more so towards the end of March. On the 22nd, Mars in Pisces will trine Jupiter in Cancer. So 4th house to the 8th house at 15 degrees. Again, to me, this looks like positive news for something as it pertains to your living situation and your family, and having the money, the resources, the support that's needed to move forward with a situation that's potentially quite difficult or quite draining. I'm getting this sense of unexpected support that's coming through as well in the month of March. On the 22nd, also on the 22nd, Sun will conjunct Neptune in Aries at 1 degree in your 5th house, and then a few days later, the Sun will conjunct Saturn in Aries at 4 degrees in your 5th house, and all of this is trining you. Okay, so this can represent committing to a creative idea, committing to starting a business, committing to your significant other. It could be like a new initiative that you're taking on with your children, one of your children. Okay, so this can indicate that you are committing to something that's going to advance your natural gifts and talents. It's like, all right, I'm already good at this thing, but I'm going to take it further. For some of you, this could be to do with athletics and your physical performance. So I wonder if some of you are going to be getting into physical, becoming a personal trainer, or like a physical trainer in some way, shape or form. On the 26th, Venus will conjunct Chiron in Aries at 25 degrees in your 5th house. So this can indicate some sort of potentially emotionally painful point with your romantic partner or with one of your children, but it's trining you. So I get a good feeling about it in the way that you're able to support or move through it or heal. It feels like, because there's, Jupiter, which is your chart ruler, making trines to Mars and, you know, Mercury as well to an extent, that there's some sort of healing balm or salve that not balm, salve, to this situation. But just note that your relationship that's of a romantic variety, or your relationship with your children, may be sensitive around the end of the month, more so about around the 26th. Okay, so getting close to the end, on the 28th of March or the 29th, if you live in Australia, Saturn in Aries in your 5th house will sextile Pluto in Aquarius in your 3rd house at 5 degrees. This happens typically, but not always, every 23 years. Okay, so it does represent an opportunity to work on a new project, to start a business, to upskill, to get qualified in something, to educate yourself further, maybe to educate others. This can be indicative of you maybe starting a business with your significant other, or going into business with one of your children. For others of you, this can indicate that there's like an opportunity for you to double down and invest in something that gives you a lot of joy, something that brings you a lot of pleasure, and certainly a communications piece, a new social media platform, building a website, you know, putting something on the market, getting something ready for sale. You know, this kind of thing could be coming through for you. Okay, so just take note, take stock. It could be a very positive turn of events, which will impact your career in a favorable way, seeing as Saturn is a career planet. So right at the end of the month, Venus will enter Taurus. It will transit your 6th house as of the 30th of March or the 31st if you're in Australia. And I will talk about that. I'm going to leave that for the April horoscope, seeing as there's only one day left of the month in that case. Thank you so much, Sagittarius, for watching your horoscope. If you did enjoy it, please give this video a thumbs up. If you'd like to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. I'm on Instagram and Facebook as well if you want to see more regular updates from me there. Plus, you can book a private one-to-one reading via Caistrology.com. Enjoy a month ahead, and now let's move on to Capricorn. Hi Capricorn, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your March 2026 horoscope. So the month starts off with Mars entering the sign of Pisces as of the 2nd. Okay, so the 2nd of March or the 3rd of March if you live in Australia like I do. So Mars will transit Pisces in your 3rd house until the 9th of April. And wherever Mars goes, this is where we direct a lot of our energy and effort, but also we can experience some challenges here. So the 3rd house is all about projects, education, our communications. It rules over things like our friendships, our siblings, our clients, etc. So Mars here can see you producing prolific amounts of content if you work in social media or online, or this can be to do with sales, marketing, contracts. So it can be a very productive time for you in that way. Maybe you're looking at producing a new app, or perhaps you're looking at building a business. So definitely stay tuned for this stuff, because the 3rd house is basically the name of the game for you for March, and also to an extent, and also the 4th house as well. The 3rd house and the 4th house are very activated, so it's like communications and contacts, and then family and your property and your living situation. On the 3rd, we're going to have a total lunar eclipse in the sign of Virgo. Okay, so I've just put that up on the screen. This will be occurring at 12 degrees and it will be in your 9th house. When we have eclipses trining us, this energy is a lot easier to handle. Not to mention this particular eclipse is actually sextiling Jupiter in Cancer in your 7th house. So ultimately, a total lunar eclipse is like a supercharged full moon. So you can anticipate there being intuitive downloads that come through, closure, the ending of a chapter, the ending of a cycle, and in some instances we're able to reap the rewards of effort that we've put in. Okay, so with it occurring in the 9th house, for some of you Capricorns, this could indicate that there's something that you've been working on that's ready to be published and circulated. Or perhaps this is to do with import and export. So maybe that side of your business, or that element of your business is up and running and ready to go. This can indicate an important opportunity for you as it relates to working with a teacher, a mentor, or a coach. Maybe you're receiving some valuable insights or wisdom. For others of you, this could be an opportunity for you to step into the role of teacher, mentor, or coach. Perhaps some of you are simply concluding a college degree, an education course that you've been working on that's a big deal for you. Or maybe this is like a thesis or your master's. Now, for others of you, this could actually be the conclusion of a legal matter. And maybe some of you are receiving citizenship or permanent residency. These are just a few different ways that this can play out. Normally, I wouldn't interpret eclipses in such a positive light, but like I said, this one is trining you. Plus, it is sextiling Jupiter in Cancer in your 7th house. So maybe it's as simple as this. You're just understanding what direction you want to head in, what's your vision for your future. Maybe you feel like you're getting more clarity as it relates to your purpose in life, your path in life, and what you're here to do. Others of you could actually be getting proposed to around this time, or maybe getting married, especially because Jupiter is in your 7th house, and the 7th house rules over your one-to-one personal relationships. So moving along, Capricorn, on the 6th, we're going to see Venus entering the sign of Aries. So Venus will be transiting your 4th house for pretty much the whole month. And when Venus transits the 4th house, there can be a big focus on our family and our home life. So for some of you, you could be entertaining in the home, having guests over, or you could be staying with family or having family stay with you, or maybe friends staying with you, staying at a friend's place. For others of you, you could be looking at beautifying your home, enhancing it somehow, redecorating, buying furniture, buying artwork for the home. You know, it's more about luxury. Even if you're on a budget, that's fine. It's just like, how do I improve the environment that I live in? On the 7th, the Sun will conjunct Mercury retrograde in your 3rd house at 16 degrees, and it will also trine Jupiter in Cancer in your 7th house at 16 degrees. So the retrograde here is bringing something back from the past. This can be a former client, this can be a former co-worker, it could be an old friend. But the Sun here suggests that somehow this is going to relate to either work, business, creativity, or potentially maybe a significant male in your life. In any case, or maybe they were significant, and the retrograde here is like, okay, I'm talking to this person again, or maybe I'm going to work with this person again. Perhaps it's not so much to do with people as it is to do with your creative output, where the retrograde and then the trine to Jupiter in your 7th house is like, oh, now I know how to move forward with this project. I need to pivot here. I need to change this thing. I need to tweak this thing. Or this software is really going to help me. This AI tool can really help me. And maybe this is something to do with like marketing, sales, or it could be renewing contracts or signing important contracts, right? And maybe this is to do with property and real estate because it's Jupiter in Cancer and 16 degrees is the Cancer degree. Moving along, same day though, Venus will conjunct Neptune in Aries. So this is on the 7th of March at 1 degree in your 4th house. Then just a couple days later, Venus will conjunct Saturn, your ruling planet, in Aries at 2 degrees in your 4th house. So this indicates that there's some sort of decision that needs to be made or commitment that needs to be made, and maybe this is to do with your property situation, your living situation, making decisions about the future of your family, of your children. What are we doing with schools? What are we doing with daycare? Or if you're expecting a child, maybe it's like, what are we doing about, you know, the delivery? Are we going to do this in a hospital? Are we going to have a home birth? And on a different note though, if you do still have your parents around, maybe this is making decisions for them, okay? And that is also indicated by other conjunctions that we are going to have later in the month. So I'll park that there for you for now. Just remember 7th, 8th, 9th, maybe 10th, there could be some decisions that you need to make about your property and living situation. Are we buying? Are we moving? Are we selling? Are we upgrading? Are we renovating? Or it could be with family, children, parents, or even like flatmates, tenants, and so on. On the 11th, Jupiter will station direct in Cancer in your 7th house. So Jupiter has spent basically like the last the last 5 months retrograde, as it does every year. And maybe that has put things on hold in your relationship with either your significant other or with a business partner or with clients. Maybe sales have slowed down. Maybe your client work has slowed down in some respect. So for example, if you had, let's just say you've got like professional services that you offer. Maybe you had clients who've been working with you for a while and that was like a steady stream of income, and they're like, no, I need to push the pause button on our commitment, on our service or your service. And it's like, eek, you know, that's impacting me financially, which Capricorns don't like. And I understand that as a Taurus. So long story short, Jupiter direct again can see there being positive movement and more traction with sales, clients, contracts in general, like client work aside. If there's a contract that someone's been hesitating signing, like maybe this is your ex and you're like, will you sign the divorce papers please, you know? So it can be getting someone to come to the table and sign some important documentation. Now on the 13th, Mars will conjunct the North Node in Pisces at 8 degrees in your 3rd house. Again, contracts, agreements, it's one of the business houses in astrology. It's one of the social houses in astrology. And 8 degrees is the Scorpio degree, which does represent mutual resources. So there is potential here to maybe quickly enter a contract with another person or enter into a business with another person. This could be a lucrative idea that just comes up very out of the blue, and it's like, oh, I'm going to get the .com for this, or I'm going to investigate this. So it could be you getting quite obsessed with something that you want to pursue, create, develop, or maybe this is signing up for an education course, diploma, qualification, and it's just like boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden I've committed to this thing and I'm traveling to pull it off or to participate, right? So on the 15th, Mercury retrograde will conjunct Mars in Pisces at 10 degrees in your 3rd house. This could be like someone reneging on something that they had said, wanting to back out of a contract, or finding a way to break lease, to cut corners. On a different note, if this was something you'd been waiting on for a while, then again, this is another green light for getting that person to come to the table. If you are due to sign contracts around this time, just know that they'll probably be delayed, or someone hasn't read the fine print. Maybe it's you, maybe it's them, and I could see there being a challenge to whatever is on offer. And if that's you, like, good for you. Do you know what I mean? If you're about to start a new job and you read the fine print and there's something in there and you're like, I don't like this clause, why is this in here, or this is questionable, then by all means, question it. But I know I don't need to tell Capricorns what to do any day of the week. So on the 19th, there will be a new moon in Pisces, and this will be occurring in your 3rd house. Okay, so lots of 3rd house activity for you. I've put it up on the screen. Isn't it beautiful? This particular new moon is making a perfect sextile to Uranus in Taurus in your 5th house. So we've got this connection between your 3rd house and your 5th house with this specific new moon. New moon, new me. New moon, new beginning, new seeds being planted. So this can be a new contract, and by the way, Mercury's retrograde here. So let's not forget that, right? So we are bringing something back from the past. There's something you're already aware of. This isn't like totally new territory, but the new moon's like, okay, but let's repurpose it, refashion it, and then do it this way. So it can be starting a new business, entering into a new contract. It could potentially be purchasing a new vehicle, applying for an education course, a license, a qualification, a diploma. This could be your relationship with a sibling, a cousin, or an extended relative, moving in a new direction. Okay, this could be maybe wanting to enter into construction or real estate in some capacity. Maybe this is to do with your career, maybe not. But now let's talk about the sextile to Uranus in Taurus. So the sextile to Uranus in Taurus in your 5th house is like, surprise, everything's happening so much faster than what you thought, or it's like you didn't even know that you still wanted to do this thing, or that this was even an option. And then the sextile to Uranus is like, come and get it, now or never. So there is an element of strike while the iron is hot. And I've mentioned this in a couple of the other forecasts, and that is that it's like a voucher that you need to redeem by a certain expiry date. Otherwise the offer goes off, it's retracted, or it's like not as sweet of a deal as it would be if you just capitalized on it once it presented itself. So there could be a sense of urgency with this, where it's like positions, spots are filling up fast, you need to invest or not. And yeah, I'll park that there for now. Obviously that's a lot of different ways that one can play out, Capricorn. So moving along, on the 20th or the 21st, if you live in Australia, we will see the new astrological year beginning. Happy New Year. It's Aries season. So the sun will be transiting your 4th house. When we see the start of the astrological year, just generally speaking, we can feel like we've got a boost of energy. We feel motivated. I mean, that's kind of the function of Aries season, isn't it? Or Aries energy, where it's like, let's just get started. Let's get stuck into it. Delay not. So there is this heavy focus again on your 4th house, which we'll continue to discuss throughout the reading. On the same day, Mercury will station direct in Pisces at 8 degrees in your 3rd house. So this can be the time where you iron out issues with contracts, where you renew like your lease or your business partnership or agreement, or perhaps this is you wanting to re-enroll in a course or program, or deferring a decision. So it's sort of like plus or minus, and a fly flew into my nose for the 3rd time in this forecast. So it's like, what am I doing socially? What am I doing with this contract? What am I doing with this client, with sales, with this website that I'm developing, or this course that I want to complete? So there can be closure about whether you're coming or going, right? So the next day on the 22nd, Mars in Pisces in your 3rd house will trine Jupiter in Cancer in your 7th house at 15 degrees. So to me, this looks like you are coming, not going. It's like we're moving the needle forward. I'm working with this person. I'm collaborating with this person. Maybe you and your significant other are working on a business together, or you're working on a goal together, or you're looking at signing contracts together. This can be like a client who's agreeing to work with you, or this can be, let's just see, maybe it's something to do with your children as well. Okay, that's another way that this could be playing out for you, Capricorn. So on the 22nd, same day, the Sun will conjunct Neptune in Aries at 1 degree in your 4th house, right? So a few days later, the Sun will conjunct Saturn in Aries at 4 degrees in your 4th house. So Sun and Neptune, Sun and Saturn. And so again, this does highlight that there are important decisions that you may need to make on behalf of your family. Saturn, maybe this is your elderly parents, maybe it's your grandparents. Neptune, maybe this is someone who's dependent on you, someone who can't fend for themselves. Maybe you have power of attorney, or medical power of attorney, and you're deciding what needs to be done. On a different note, this could indicate that you are putting together an end of life directive. That's what they call it in Australia. I don't know what they call it over there. When I say over there, I mean for those of you who are not in Australia. And maybe this is a decision about your property and your living situation, especially because one of these conjunctions is occurring at 4 degrees. So this can be about whether you're looking to renovate, whether you're looking to build or go into construction. And this can be like for apartments, for townhouses, for your career. It doesn't have to be your own personal residence. It can even be helping someone to build a house, or contributing financially to your family in some capacity. All right, or maybe that's like labor. I'm going to help you around the house. I'm going to babysit for my sister's kids or whatever, just as a few examples. We will have Venus conjunct Chiron in Aries at 25 degrees in your 4th house on the 26th. So this can indicate that there are sensitive topics that come up within your family unit, or between you and your flatmate, okay, anyone that you live with, or just feeling sensitive, maybe even about old childhood wounds, or potentially someone who is like a female member of your family, sister, cousin, etc. Or if this could actually be like your wife or your girlfriend, okay, because it's Venus. So maybe you're just finding that she's extra sensitive around this time. Regardless, it doesn't have to involve other people. It could just be that it's a sensitive time emotionally because it's in the 4th house. Then we've got Saturn in Aries, so your chart ruler, sextiling Pluto in Aquarius at 5 degrees. So that'll be on the 28th of March or the 29th if you're in Australia. Usually this only occurs every 23 years, although there are exceptions to that rule. So it is very rare, and we love to see a sextile. So this is, again, I repeat, an opportunity that needs to be capitalized on, and somehow this is to do with your income, your personal finances, your resources, even your personal values, property, living situation, and family. Okay, so there's a combination of different ways that this can play out, but you know, it can definitely be the intersection of a few or more of those things. And I see this as being a positive opportunity for you as it relates to your living situation, your family relationships, your financial situation, receiving support or providing support, whether that's financial or resources or even emotional support. And there is an opportunity here for you to heal like deep wounds within a family connection, even if it's okay, I'm getting lost in the weeds here. This video is long, as someone has just rightly pointed out. So Venus will enter Taurus on the 30th of March or the 31st, but I'm going to save that interpretation for my April horoscope. So Capricorn, if you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. I'm on Facebook and Instagram as well if you want to see more regular updates from me there. Feel free to look up just Caistrology, and also I offer private one-to-one readings. Enjoy your month, and now let's move on to Aquarius. Sorry guys, I forgot to turn the microphone back on. Luckily I caught that early. Hello Aquarius, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your March 2026 horoscope. The month begins with Mars entering Pisces on the 2nd of March or the 3rd if you live in Australia, and Mars will transit Pisces in your second house until the 9th of April. Okay, so the second house is all about your personal finances, income, expenses, budgets, plus your personal values, as well as things like diet, dental work, and so on. So Mars here can indicate that you're focused on these things, and there may be significant expenses that do come through this month. So we'll definitely unpack that as we go along. There's so many activations to your second house for basically the whole of March. So on the 3rd of March, we've got the total lunar eclipse occurring in the sign of Virgo. So this will be at 12 degrees in your 8th house. The 8th house is another money house in astrology. So finances and resources are playing a really big part of your month ahead. A total lunar eclipse is like a full moon, but super amplified, right? So this can represent a powerful conclusion being reached, closure, the end of a situation, or basically becoming aware of the intricacies. Okay, so I say that because the 8th house is one of the hidden houses in astrology. It does rule over secrets. So I have to say there could be certain secrets that are being revealed to you this month, things that you're finding out, things that you didn't know about that are quite surprising. Fortunately, this eclipse is actually making a beautiful sextile to Jupiter in Cancer, which will be in your 6th house. So because the 8th house rules over mutual resources, for some of you, this could be you receiving a payout from another person. This can be you finally receiving child support money or alimony money, or a change to your child custody arrangement or arrangements. And for others of you, it could be that you were paying child support money or you were paying alimony money, and now with this eclipse here in the 8th house, it's like actually the amount has significantly changed of what you owe, or the arrangement is changing somehow. The 8th house does rule over our insecurities and our fears. It's one of the houses that is associated with psychology as well as rapid transformation. So an eclipse here can be like, boom, I've overcome this addiction, I've overcome this fear, I've released this blockage, I've had a breakthrough with my therapist, or even if it's not with the therapist, with the shadow work that I've been doing. And for others of you, this can be a breakthrough in terms of intimacy with your significant other. Okay, so other ways that this can play out would be a significant change to your significant other's personal income, right? So your spouse or your partner, there could be a big change in terms of what they're making, and maybe there's a big boost to mutual resources that you have through other means, and maybe this is like getting a big tax payout. Okay, so that's just a handful of ways that can play out for you, Aquarius. So on the 6th, Venus will enter the sign of Aries. So Venus will be transiting your 3rd house, and she will make a few spicy conjunctions here to Neptune and to Saturn, but just as a whole. And by the way, this transit is for almost the entirety of the month. Venus going through the 3rd house can be time that you enjoy spending with friends. It can be a really sociable time, or enjoying time spent with siblings, or in your local community. And the 3rd house rules over things like content creation, licenses, diplomas, qualifications, and social media, business. So there could be a bit of a steep learning curve that you go on here in the month of March, which I will continue to unpack. The next day, on the 7th, the Sun will conjunct Mercury retrograde in Pisces in your 2nd house at 16 degrees. So this conjunction will actually be trining Jupiter in Cancer at 16 degrees in your 6th house. Basically, Sun conjunct Mercury retrograde could see there being a significant pivot that you're doing as it relates to your personal income. Maybe this is like how much you receive, how much you're paying yourself if you own your own business. Perhaps this is to do with your expenses, so doing like a massive overhaul when it comes to budgeting and subscriptions and this kind of thing. Perhaps you're receiving a possession or a valuable that's returned to you that's, a welcome sight to behold. But on a different note, this could be someone paying you back that owes you money, especially because it's a trine to Jupiter in Cancer. Another way that could play out is maybe you owed money to someone, or you had a fine, and this could actually be waived potentially. Okay, so on the same day, Venus will conjunct Neptune in Aries at 1 degree in your 3rd house, and a couple days later, Venus will conjunct Saturn in Aries at 2 degrees in your 3rd house. So it's interesting. The conjunctions to Saturn and Neptune are almost like the inverse of one another, but basically to me this indicates wanting to go further in terms of either a friendship or maybe a romantic connection with a friend, but the conjunction to Saturn is maybe making you want to hold back a bit. In any case, there could be important new contracts that you are looking to have signed, or certain things that you're wanting to implement as it relates to resources that you share with other people. Okay, so this is not in your second house. It is in your third house, but Venus relates to your money, your finances, and your resources, right? So to me, what's coming through is this feeling of maybe feeling like you're wanting to forgive someone that you hadn't thought you'd forgive in the past. Maybe it's questioning whether you should be letting someone back in. I do see this as you making putting certain boundaries in place. So boundaries maybe with a sibling, boundaries with co-workers, boundaries with friends, because there's this feeling of, I still want you in my life, but I'm not happy about how things are going. Okay, so again, that could be friends, co-workers, clients, or siblings, or maybe even cousins, extended relatives. On the 11th, we will see Jupiter direct in Cancer at 15 degrees in your 6th house. So maybe this is like things settling down in terms of your work, your day-to-day comings and goings, your habits, your routines, like properly integrating good habits or like an exercise routine. Perhaps this is finally seeing some progress in terms of employees, and also if there was like a legal situation that you'd been dealing with, Jupiter direct in Cancer can see you moving the needle forward on that one. Probably not completely, but I see there as being progress here. In general, the 6th house rules over things like conflicts, cleaning, decluttering, and life admin tasks. So Jupiter direct here is like, okay, I can work with this. I'm working on this. I'm getting better. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. So on the 13th, Mars will conjunct the North Node in Pisces in your 2nd house at 8 degrees. And this can see you wanting to make a big investment in your work. Maybe you're wanting to take a risk, or perhaps there's a really big expense that comes through around that point in time. A couple days later, we will see Mercury retrograde conjunct Mars in Pisces at 10 degrees, also in your 2nd house. So a good time to mention that with Mars going through your 2nd house, there could be some dental work that you are needing to attend to. So do not ignore toothaches. Do not ignore or do not put off seeing the dentist if it's on your agenda. Obviously, this won't impact everybody, but for you guys, just know that if you put it off, if you ignore it, it could start to get worse. So better to nip it in the bud, right? Now, Mercury retrograde conjunct Mars in Pisces in your 2nd house. To me, this is also coming through as I want to get rid of a whole bunch of old things from my wardrobe. I want to cut, clear. It doesn't even have to be wardrobe. It's like things in storage. Mercury retrograde is just like, I don't need this, I don't need that. And Mars is like, cut it out, donate it, get rid of it, burn it, I don't care. Okay, so on the 19th, there'll be a new moon in Pisces at 28 degrees. And this will be, this has been happening the whole time. This will be occurring in your 2nd house. Okay, so the new moon will be making a perfect sextile to Uranus in Taurus, which I'm happy to see. And so we're combining the elements of the 2nd house in Pisces and the 4th house for you. So there could be something that you want to buy for the house, buy for the home. Maybe you're wanting to renovate. The 2nd house is one of the property houses in astrology. Maybe this is you applying for a loan. Maybe this is you wanting to purchase a new work premises. Okay, so this could be you wanting to invest in something for your family, purchase something for your children, or for your parents, something for the home, budgeting for the home, budgeting for an important family event, maybe for a car as well. 28 degrees is connected to cars, I've noticed. And others of you may be looking at adhering to a new diet, a nutrition program, or perhaps this is you wanting to dig deeper into your family history, your culture, your traditions, and so on and so forth. So the new moon is really about planting these seeds. We may not see things that eventuate for some weeks or some months to come, but it's something to potentially bear in mind. Okay, so moving along, Aquarius, we've got Aries season starting on the 20th or the 21st of March, depending where you live in the world. So this is the new astrological year. Happy New Year, Aquarius. And of course, the sun will be exalted in Aries and transiting your third house. So there's definitely more third house activity to unpack for the rest of the horoscope. But just a note, if there were certain things that you hadn't achieved yet with the beginning of 2026, it's like I thought I'd be further along with this. I thought I would have kicked this goal by now or achieved this thing. Don't worry. We're currently, as of the 12th of February, when I'm filming this, at the tail end of the astrological year. So it's about tying up loose ends before we get to Aries season. And then we're raring to go once it is Aries season. On the same day, Mercury will station direct in Pisces at 8 degrees in your second house. So if you've lost your keys, your wallet, or something small that's important to you, jewelry, a watch or whatever, Mercury direct in your second house can see you finally finding that thing, or someone returns that thing to you. Okay, and this can just be a time where you're making more sense of your financial situation, your expenses. Maybe you went through a period of having a lot of expenses for the first few weeks of the month, but maybe since the end of February with the retrograde here. But things are starting to calm down. On the 22nd, Mars in Pisces in your second house will trine Jupiter in Cancer in your sixth house at 15 degrees. So this can be a lucrative new financial opportunity that's coming through as it relates to your work, being of service. It could be something that one of your employees brings to you as an opportunity or as an idea, because 15 degrees is the Gemini degree. So it's like we're brainstorming, we're thinking of things together. Or perhaps this is to do with you cutting things out of your expenses that sees you being able to pay off loans or get further. So it's like, oh my God, I didn't realize I was paying hundreds of dollars, in subscriptions to these things. And Mars trine Jupiter is like cut, unsubscribe, cancel. And now you're able to make more money. Mars in Pisces in the second house could see you successfully cutting something out of your diet that's going to benefit your health. Okay, that's another way that can play out. Or perhaps this is just understanding what you need to do from an exercise perspective or a nutrition perspective that is going to impact you. And this could be to do with your oral microbiome or your thyroid. Ultra specific, but it's coming through with Mars in the second house, so it has to be said. On the 22nd, we will see the Sun conjunct Neptune in Aries at 1 degree in your third house. Then we will see, a few days later, the Sun conjunct Saturn in Aries at 4 degrees in your third house. Okay, so these two conjunctions in your third house will be sextiling you as an Aquarius, which is great, especially if you're an Aquarius around 1 to 5 degrees. But still, this can be having to sacrifice a project or something that you do in like your weekly schedule or part of your, your daily routine. This might be having to disappoint someone in terms of a contract. Again, Sun conjunct Neptune is like, okay, I'm sorry, I can't commit to this thing. But then Sun conjunct Saturn is like, by saying no to this person or this thing, I'm now able to commit to that thing. All right, so I do see there being some kind of course content that you are maybe wanting to create, or perhaps you're wanting to enroll in a certain program and get qualified in one way or another. So there could be licenses, qualifications, diplomas, opportunities in that respect. For others of you, again, stuff's coming up here around your relationship with team members, co-workers, friends, and siblings where you're potentially forgiving someone, but you're just like, okay, I just need to put a boundary in place with you. Or it could be boundaries with yourself and how you use social media. On the 26th, Venus will conjunct Chiron in Aries in your third house at 25 degrees. So on one hand, there is this potential to be disappointed by someone who's like in your friendship group, but on the other hand, like great healing energy is also available to you. So I do think that there's going to be some sort of conversation that needs to be had that's maybe a little bit uncomfortable. It could start brewing at the start of the month, and then as you get to the end of the month, you're like, okay, I need to get this off my chest, right? So on the 28th or the 29th, if you live in Australia, we'll have Saturn in Aries, which is one of your ruling planets, right? The other one is Uranus. Saturn in Aries in your third house, sextiling Pluto in Aquarius in your first house at 5 degrees. So this only happens every 23 years on average. There are some anomalies in there, but you know, for all intents and purposes, the last one was in 2012 and 2013, and the next one's not till 2047. So the energy of a sextile is you need to capitalize on it. You need to say yes to the dress. Just kidding. You need to say yes to the opportunity or take someone up on the offer. And this looks amazing for you guys because Pluto's in the first house. So this is the opportunity for you to expand your mutual resources further, for you to combine resources with another person. This could be an opportunity for you to really advance in terms of your career or commit to something in the long term. What are you learning? What are you creating? What are you becoming qualified in? What are you teaching? What are you sharing? What are you doing with your friendship group or your co-workers, your clients? Are you trying to build a business? You know, there's a lot of social energy that is baked into the cake of this aspect, and a lot of potential for immense personal growth and transformation. So I repeat, that's right at the end of the month, around the 28th and the 29th. And then we've got Venus entering Taurus on the 30th or the 31st, depending where you live in the world. So Venus will transit your fourth house, but I am going to leave that interpretation for next month, given that it's only one day left of the whole month. So Aquarius, enjoy your March, and I will see you guys in April. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on this channel, hit the subscribe button. If you want to see more content in general, follow me on Instagram and Facebook. In any case, enjoy the month ahead. And now let's move on to Pisces. Pisces, can you hear me? I think that this is okay, but I'll just wait. Are you able to hear me, Pisces? All right, I'm just going to assume that you can. Oh, good. Oh, thank God. I can't tell you the stress of recording for 4.5 hours only to have that happen right at the end. Okay, Pisces, welcome to your March 2026 horoscope. So Mercury will be retrograde as we enter the month. So the Mercury retrograde cycles from the 26th of February through till the 20th or the 21st of March, right? So that's 22 degrees back through till 8 degrees. And Mercury is making a lot of aspects during this period of time. So I have no doubt that there's quite a lot of situations for you to unravel, disentangle, and figure out. Now, on the 2nd of March, Mars will enter Pisces. So Mars will be transiting your first house up until the 9th of April. And when Mars transits our first house, we can feel unstoppable. But by the same token, it's like with all of this increased energy and this sense of independence, and I want to just set goals and be determined to achieve those in equal parts, you're presented with the challenges. Okay, so to be fair, it's a time where you can be really focused on losing weight, on getting fit, getting healthy. Even if you don't want to lose weight, it could just be like, I'm going for runs, I'm pumping iron, I'm getting into shape, better shape, let's call it. So on the 3rd of March, we will have our total lunar eclipse in Virgo at 12 degrees. So this will be occurring in your 7th house. Now, the Pisces who will be the most impacted would be those who are at 12 degrees, of course, but especially also those of you who are basically between 7 to 17 degrees. So we'll give it like a 5-degree orb. When we have a lunar eclipse, it's about things coming to fruition, completion, endings, etc. So it's like we can get closure, we can get answers. And because this eclipse is in your 7th house, this is like your contract, your agreements, your relationships with other people, like your one-to-one relationships, whether that's with a business partner, a client, co-worker, a close personal friend, and of course your significant other. So this total eclipse in the 7th house could be like you are completing or fulfilling a contract. Okay, we work together, we shake hands, we call it a day, and that's that. Just note that this eclipse is actually sextiling Jupiter in Cancer, which is in your 5th house. Okay, so whatever is coming through, to me, it looks like it will be greeted with a welcome sigh of relief. Oh, good, I don't have to work with this person anymore. Or, hey, this contract was fulfilled and it was a rip-roaring success. Congratulations. For others of you, it can be that you're getting ready to launch a new service, to launch a business with another person, to put a product on the market for sale, just as an example, right? So for those of you who are in a relationship, I'm so sorry, I just can't with this fly. For those of you who are in a relationship, this could be taking a relationship to another level, or if you've been uncertain about where you stand with this person, it could be like you're getting closure, or maybe you're finding the courage to walk away from a connection and to say no more, enough, right? if you're in a relationship, your significant other could be actually getting pregnant. To be fair, because this eclipse is opposite you, and if you see there's so many planets in Pisces in your first house, could be you, could be your significant other. All right, so maybe it's the expansion of your family. For some of you, maybe it is a proposal, whether it's from you, whether it's from them. And ultimately, there's like a transformation within one or more of your close personal relationships. Okay, so there's definitely a lot of pressure is probably the wrong word, but there's like this really heavy activation of that 7th first house axis. Okay, so let's move along, Pisces. On the 6th, we will have Venus entering the sign of Aries. So Venus will be transiting your 2nd house for pretty much the whole month. And when Venus is in the 2nd house, this can be a time where we are really quite focused on our finances and our resources. So it can be like spending on ourselves, treating ourselves, indulging in the luxuries of life. But there can also be some rather large expenses coming through this month, which I will come to in a moment. On the 7th, so the next day, the Sun will conjunct Mercury retrograde in Pisces in your first house at 16 degrees, and this will be trining Jupiter in Cancer in your 5th house at 16 degrees. So Jupiter is your ruling planet, whereas your modern ruling planet would be Neptune. All right, so this is really positive. This indicates that you're able to rebuild or restore a relationship that is meaningful to you or important to you, that will bring you joy. This can indicate a positive development in terms of your romantic relationship or your romantic situation. So for example, maybe you're single and you're feeling ready to date around this time, wanting to put yourself out there. If you have children, then this can be some sort of step that they're taking in the right direction. Okay, so it can be that there's the rebuilding of your relationship with one of your children, or some sort of positive step. That I've said step already, but it's like a developmental stage is what I'm trying to say. And you're like, yay, good for you, keep going, that's amazing. If you own your own business, this can be really positive for that. So maybe it's like, I'm pivoting, I know what I need to do, I know what I should be doing, what steps I should be taking, or it could be that you are feeling like you want to put a creative work out there and maybe you're repurposing it somehow. Also on the 7th, we're going to have Venus conjunct Neptune in Aries at 1 degree in your 2nd house. And then a couple days later, Venus conjunct Saturn in Aries at 2 degrees in your 2nd house. Okay, so Neptune again being your other ruling planet. So this is where we can see there being some big expenses that are coming through, because Venus is finances and resources, and maybe it's like, okay, I have to spend big, but now on this thing, but then I'm going to put a budget in place. Or perhaps it is you wanting to sell off certain possessions and valuables, or just keep more of a close eye on the purse strings. So for others of you, this could be that you're investing in something that's maybe quite old. So Venus conjunct Saturn, and maybe this is like an antique that you're investing in potentially, or perhaps you're actually receiving a gift from someone, right? So it could be something old because it's Saturn. It could be something like an artwork, or that's very exclusive. And I'm going to keep moving along. On the 11th, Jupiter, your ruling planet, will station direct in Cancer at 15 degrees in your 5th house. Okay, so the 5th house is all about our creative gifts, our talents. And so Jupiter direct here is like, I've mastered this to an extent. You know, I was learning a musical instrument and it was hard, but now I can play a complete piece. As an example, if you own your own business and there have been some hiccups, then Jupiter direct in the 5th house is like, great, now I'm seeing growth again, I'm seeing expansion again. The 5th house rules over love and romance, so this can see you maybe re-entering the dating pool, okay? Or if there's been some significant ups and downs with your loved one, then maybe this is getting onto the same page again, just as an example, or taking a situation that's quite casual and being like, hey, let's figure out our future together. All right, so definitely don't expect this to all happen on the 11th. I'm just telling you that for the next several months of Jupiter's transit through Cancer, it's now direct, so there can be less obstacles, less delays, and more growth and expansion as it relates to your hobbies, your talents, your love life, plus your children or your relationship with them. On the 13th, Mars will conjunct the North Node in Pisces at 8 degrees in your 1st house. So this can see you feeling quite bold, quite impulsive, wanting to take a risk, wanting to make a splash and do something different with your life, okay? This is quite an impulsive energy when we combine both Mars and the North Node, because it's just like passion plus impatience, risk plus impulsivity. So do be mindful of what risks you are feeling compelled to take around the 13th of March. On the 15th, Mercury retrograde will conjunct Mars in Pisces at 10 degrees in your 1st house. So just be careful of words coming back to bite you, what you're putting out on social media, what you're promising other people. This can be a time where, tempers can be running high, either within you or within your household. Okay, but to be fair, we've still got the trine to Jupiter in Cancer, which I think is quite positive on the whole. All right, so on the 19th, there's a new moon in Pisces. I swear, it's all about Pisces this season. So, this month. So the new moon in Pisces will occur at 28 degrees in your 1st house, and it will be making a sextile to Uranus in Taurus at 28 degrees in your 3rd house. So 28 degrees is the Cancer degree in astrology, which we will unpack, but just on the whole, a new moon in our sign represents a new chapter for us, a new beginning, a new seed that we want to plant. So the new moon in the 1st house, sextile Uranus in the 3rd house, can play out as, I want to feel more emotionally secure within myself. I want to make a real effort towards my family or my flatmates, my children, my parents, extended family, it doesn't have to be, or chosen family, as they say. So it's like my relationships. That's what I'm looking to cultivate and deepen and strengthen. And there can be this intention or inclination to want to potentially relocate or to make improvements or enhancements to your existing living situation. Maybe this is the desire to one day start a family, and it's like, I'm putting it out there, I'm setting this intention. Maybe there's no one in the picture right now, and you're just like, it doesn't matter, I'm going to manifest it, I'm going to write it down, I'm going to write my intentions, and that person's going to come in. And you'll be surprised, because the sextile to Uranus is like, boom, here I am, here it is. Here's that thing that you asked for really quick, a lot sooner than you ever expected. So for some of you, it could be that you want to learn something new as it relates to your career, especially if you are a Pisces sun. Okay, so from the career perspective, this could be something to do with property, real estate, law enforcement, the military, the Navy, becoming a midwife, becoming a nurse, becoming a caregiver, being a bodyguard. I'm just thinking of 28-degree themes here. So maybe you're wanting to study something new, you're wanting to move in a new direction, and make these things happen. Or it could be like, I want to work on me so that I am more emotionally stable, I'm more emotionally secure, and I feel stronger within myself. All right, so let's move along, Pisces. What are we moving to? The new astrological year. Okay, so on the 20th or the 21st of March, will be the 21st if you're in Australia, we will see the start of Aries season. So the sun will enter the sign of Aries, which will conclude Pisces season. Forgive me, I didn't wish you a happy birthday. If you're a Pisces sun, happy birthday. Let me know when your birthday is in the comment section below. But of course, all of you Pisces, I hope you're enjoying your season until it's over. So with Aries season starting, there's this new fresh air this new energy, fresh energy in the air is what I mean to say, because it's a new astrological year. This is like the January 1st for astrology, right? So it's a great time to set goals, to be really intentional about what you want to call into your life over the next 12 months. And on the same day, Mercury is going to station direct in the sign of Pisces at 8 degrees. Okay, so that's 8 degrees in your first house. This is where things can calm down in terms of communications, emails, correspondences, getting back to people, or you're waiting to hear back from people. You can iron out miscommunications, iron out your differences, and so on and so forth. On the 22nd, Mars in Pisces in your first house is going to trine Jupiter in Cancer in your fifth house at 15 degrees. So I do think that there's hope and potential for you in terms of your romantic situation, because your fifth house is quite activated and Jupiter's direct now. But of course, it's not going to play out like that for everybody. This can just see you being super motivated to explore your passions, explore what you're creative about, explore starting your own business or expanding your existing business further, getting closer with your child or with your children, thinking of ways that you can improve their childhood or your relationship with them. And I really see this as you finding ways to basically just come back home to yourself, to have more fun, to really recover from the rigmarole of Saturn and Neptune having been transiting your sign for so many years. So also on the 22nd, the sun will conjunct Neptune, which is one of your ruling planets, in Aries at 1 degree in your second house. And then a few days later on the 25th, the sun will conjunct Saturn in Aries at 4 degrees in your second house. So to me, this represents that there are really important financial decisions that you're having to make around, well, I think during March as a whole. But of course, we had Venus conjunct these planets and now the sun. So it's just like, what's important to me? What am I spending on? Okay, I need to put in budgets, but I also want to invest in certain assets or precious metals, just throwing some things out there. And there may be some adjustments that you need to make to your diet as well. So I would just be mindful of that. If you do have certain allergies, then they're more likely, and when I say allergies, I mean like intolerances, food allergies, all the above. These are more likely to flare up around the 6th till the 10th and the 21st till the 26th of March. So just be extra careful there. And the second house also rules over things like our teeth, dental work, as well as thyroid, tonsils, and whatnot. So these things have a higher chance of becoming inflamed, especially because it is in Aries. And that's not to freak anyone out. It's just like, listen to your body. If you need to see the dentist, just go see the dentist. If you have concerns about things like your thyroid, maybe just get some checks done. and, you know, take extra special care of your throat, because it will be a bit more vulnerable for most of March, okay, with all these activations to your second house. So, you know, the reason I included the 26th in there is because we do have Venus conjunct Chiron in Aries at 25 degrees in your second house. But do you know what comes through pretty strongly? As you get towards the end of the month, I see you speaking an important truth. I see you voicing something that you've been holding on to for a really long time and just shining a spotlight onto it. And it feels like something that you have wanted to say, or you've been sort of inclined to share, but you just haven't found the way or the right opportunity. And so if there is something a bit quote unquote funny that comes up with your throat, it's more like your throat chakra is ready to come back online in a sense. And so sometimes when we speak an important truth, or when we confront something or reveal something, we can see there being like a physiological response in this area. Okay, so on the 28th or the 29th, if you live in Australia, we've got Saturn in Aries in your second house, sextiling Pluto in Aquarius in your 12th house at 5 degrees. So this only happens about every 23 years. There are a few exceptions to that. The last one was in 2012, 2013. And then the next one won't be till 2047. So sextiles represent an opportunity that needs to be capitalized on. It's like a voucher that you need to redeem, which I've mentioned in like 3 other horoscopes. Okay, so to me, there's an opportunity that's coming through as it relates to your personal income, your finances, your resources, your personal values, and even your self-esteem. Okay, so Saturn here in the second house is like, how do I manage these areas of my life in a way that I can be proud of? And if there's been issues in these departments in terms of expenses, earnings, earning capability, just like a scarcity mindset, or, you know, fear of lack, or fear of one day losing one's, you know, wealth or what have you, then the sextile to Pluto in the 12th house is like, here's a way to overcome that. Here's a way to overcome these self-sabotaging behaviors. And so I really see there being a unique opportunity for you to significantly increase your abundance, your prosperity, but it is being born from overcoming certain self-sabotaging behaviors, addressing hidden fears, addressing hidden insecurities with Pluto in the 12th house, and understanding the ways in which you may have been I guess exhibiting like maladaptive coping mechanisms. So it's almost like there's a direct connection between what you're doing on a spiritual level, what you're doing behind the scenes, what shadow work you're doing, therapy, etc., and this in tandem can really boost like your feelings of self-worth, your self-esteem, and so you're able to create and generate more abundance and prosperity for yourself. But I don't want to say more importantly, but it's almost like equally importantly, you're valuing yourself. You are becoming super clear on what your values are, and this is having, or can potentially have, an amazingly positive impact on your quality of life overall. And that's all I'm going to mention for your horoscope today, Pisces. We do have Venus entering Taurus on the 30th or the 31st in your third house, but I'm going to save that until the April horoscope. So thank you so much for sticking around for this nearly 5-hour long live. If you enjoyed this video, please do me a favor and give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. I'm also on Instagram and Facebook as well if you want to see more content from me there. Thanks everyone for watching, and I will see you guys next time.